Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the coverage of the Centurion here at the APLPT at Kedron-Wavell in Brisbane. My name's Jordan Bromley, commentating for you this evening. 23 total entries in this one, 9 players remaining, so this is officially our final table. Though it is important to note that a lot of these guys won't be making the money. You'll see it panning across the screen at the bottom, exactly how many are going to be paid when the payouts are finalized. So now we've had a couple of late entries at the very end here. We're going to wait for the team to get that one sorted. But as of right now, these are who we are going to be spending the remainder of the evening with. Chip lead currently in Chris Zanonos. Dipper always very comfortable playing these tournaments. This is no different. Looks like he's going to be in a little bit of strife here, though. Dipper with the King 9 is no good against King Jack as of right now. Michelle with a bit of a decision here. Started this one with around 31 big blinds. The 10-8 suited has that 10 high flush draw. Just going to call. Doesn't want to raise and face a very disgusting decision. Instead, he sees the 5 on the turn. Adds a straight draw to his flush draw. You can see that Dipper's drawing just a 3%. Only 1 9 remaining, checked around to Matthew, and the 5 is going to be an interesting one. There are a lot of straights that are going to complete for Dipper in the big blind, so he's just going to knuckle it back. What'll the river bring? Deuce of clubs changes nothing. Looks like Dipper is going to try and extract some value, and it's going to be ill-timed because I don't think Matt is going to be folding for this size. Michelle gets out of the way, and with any 3 making a straight, Matt's not going to be super confident about it, but I think he still has to put in the call in case a hand like King 9 or King 8 is getting a little bit sneaky here. Plus, not really sure how many 3s are going to be in Dipper's range. He does put in the call, and he picks up a nice pot at a 371. Dipper's still very comfortable, though, 612k. Getting a look at everybody here. James Hopkins is our short stack. What a shame. Adam Matahiare, no guaranteed prize pool in this one. Matty Jin with the 10-9 on the cutoff. Is he going to raise? Yes, he is. Sitting a lot more comfortable after that pot that he just won off of Dipper. 371, close to 100 blinds. Basically neck and neck with Tom Maguire, who may be the most attractive poker player in all the lands. You guys may recognize Toby on the right of screen. Won this event a year ago when this ran in Brisbane. Looks like Dipper is loading the clip for a 3-bet. In it goes. Going to try and get some chips back. It's also important to note that Toby was actually recently at the WSOP. Saw his face snapped in a photo in the 25k high roller, so he's not afraid of firing some high buy-in tournaments. To be honest, none of the guys in this one are afraid of the 2.5k prize pool. Oh, sorry, buy-in point. All of them have been there, done that as far as high-priced entries. Toby now has to decide what he wants to do with this ace-queen offsuit. Maybe feels like Dipper's potentially a little bit steamed after losing that pot with King 9. Might use this as an opportunity to target. No. Decides to let it go, and everybody else will also let it go. So Dipper does get some chips back. Charles and Chun max late registering this one. James opening the ace-king. Action's going to fold around to the blinds. Just 16 big blinds behind for James. Not going to be afraid to run it. 8-4 of diamonds for Chun Xing Lao. Are we going to see a defend from this one? We definitely should. Looks like we will. It's a very comfortable flop for ace-king with a club. Queens for Charles. Looks like he found an early double up after max late registering, or a virtual double up. Toby, Jack 9 suited. This would be a poorly timed 3-bet should he take it, but given he's on the button, I think he's erring towards a call, and he does put in a call. Oh, James. Shouldn't have folded that king deuce. Unlucky, mate. Damn. What a tragedy. Not able to flop trips. Instead, Charles with a hammer lock on this one. Toby just 5%. As always, guys, if you have any questions, feel free to send them. If you're watching either on Facebook, that's the Australian Poker League Facebook page, twitch.tv/playapl, or the APL YouTube account, which is playapl as well. Got all the chats open. I'll be able to answer any and all questions you may have. Matt raising the king jack. It's going to fold around to Tom. Mr. McGure.
It was 8-4. You'd be in trouble.
Hope everybody enjoyed the State of Origin last night. It was a fantastic watch, even though I didn't. I was at the venue last night and hearing a lot of screaming and shouting towards the end of the second half, so I think something exciting must have happened. Cheeks with the king jack suited. Up it goes, as it should. Ooh, ace queen offsuit for James. Feels like a very mandatory good luck spot. 20 big blinds to start this one. But looks like Chun Xing Lao was actually going to get amongst it with a 3-bet to 21k with ace-3 offsuit. James getting another look at ace-queen. Maybe he feels like this action's a little bit too strong. He hasn't got any past experience with Chun Xing Lao. I know that Chun Xing only literally just registered this event, so he's one of the max late registers, and James is going to let it go. Thanks for coming. Not today. Nice fold. Back over to Jigs with the King-Jack suited. Not afraid to see a flop here. King 10-9. Jigs way out in front. $17k into the abyss. Have to think that Jigs has a pretty mandatory just continue. Nope, decides to just rip it. And the issue with ripping it is that you're going to snap fold out all the bluffs. But maybe he feels like on a board that's connected, there's not going to be too many of them. Instead, Chun Xing Lao does just find the snap fold. James is not going to be too happy with that to see, but does get out of there with his life, so maybe he's not too sad about it. Heike says all in. I agree. Heike, are we going to see you at the APL Million in a couple of months' time? It's literally less than 2 months away. I hope we get to see you there. I want you to come in and do some commentary with me. We'll have to organise that for one of the days. Dipper opening the ace-king offsuit. Got Kevin Kelly on Facebook saying James Hopkins is a beast. I'll take your word for it. Bless you. Hey Amanda, thanks for tuning in as always. Pleasure to have you. Seven, 5-4. Charles whips this one. Ace King still good, but not the type of board you want to see with Ace King. So Dipper does just rightly check it back. Turn another 7. Repeat 5, and Charles's opportunity to potentially steal this hand away has probably disappeared when the board double pairs. He tries to show down Queen High and it's not going to work. I think a turn bet was almost mandatory there if he wanted to try and beat some King Highs and Ace Highs. Instead, he's happily just going to show it down. Dipper picks up another one, up to 650. Daniel's asking when the APLPT comes back to Sydney. I'm not entirely sure, my friend. We were there very recently when we were at Rudy Hill. But as far as getting back there, I'm not sure. Just going to have to keep updated. Follow the Australian Poker League Facebook page so you can get updates on it. There you go, November. November we will be back in Sydney. Bells and whistles on.
Right?
8,000 is the raise from Dipper. Seven six suited, a very pretty hand. Tom just going to call the king 10 in the hijack. Matthew doesn't even consider the jack 9 suited in the small blind. I wouldn't have hated to see him put in the call with that one. Definitely a hand he could have come along with if he wanted to. Instead, it's going to be jigs calling the ace 7. To a flop 3-way we go. Ace 9 4. Jigsy with the best hand, an 85% lock. Lots of backdoors for these other guys, but they're going to need a lot of help. Doesn't look like Tom is going to be seeing a turn card as Chris bets very quickly 15k. Or maybe Tom has some devious thoughts here. Does have a lot of nice backdoors, but difficulty is that the ace of hearts is unblocked. Looks like he is going to find the check raise, 55k or 60k even. No, 45. Nice try. Once or twice for me. Totally whiffed. Dipper's asking Tom how much he started the hand with. I don't think that's going to be too much of a consideration with the 7-6 suited. But maybe we are going to see a bit of a click war happen here. Dipper getting another look and letting it go. Nice hand there, Tom.
You'll be next to John.
Do you want to bet on?
I'll bet you go before me.
I'll bet on that too. You're going to give me.
Well, that's the problem with the old guys. They go for scalps.
What they go for skill?
Yeah. You pick them off. They chase you. Never.
We never forget.
Ace queen for Tom, as the I has been added back into his name. Yeah, basically, Manda.
I don't think I can fold anything, mate.
Wasn't expecting it.
King and a couple of deuces. Ace high is going to war. Dipper puts in the call, the 9 of clubs on the turn. These guys aren't chopping it yet, but definitely some rivers that could cause that to be the case. King or a 9 for starters. To a river we go, and it's another king, so these guys will chop. Barring some absurdity, of course. Dipper eyeing some chips off. I don't think his bet's going to keep getting through very often. Fires out a bet. Probably thinks a king would size up on this river, so I don't think Tom's too worried about that. He's more worried about the middling pairs like 3s, 4s, and 5s. But I think that there are going to be enough offsuit ace highs that Dipper is going to be calling pre-flop for Tom to at least call. Maybe he has some devious thoughts. No, he folds. Very interesting.
Well, now I know I'm right. I need to play again. It wasn't even a
Some very tight decision making there from Tom. Maybe feels like Dipper just always has it at the moment. Sure, he's not going to mind too much. A relatively small pot. Deuces for Chun Shing. Tom just puts in the call with kings. Opportunity to find an elimination. Action's going to fold around to Dipper. Folds Jack 3. Toby playing snap.
Real.
Kings holding for now. Deuces need to find just one of the remaining ones. Hearts don't help either. 10 on the river is going to spell GG.
Yeah, you were scared of them, right? Because they still had to have.
Oh, yeah, he had 9 suited mix.
He had 9-8 of spades.
I'm just curious what you had in the hand where they both had ace queen. You both had it.
No, yeah, no, both.
Mine is suited. Oh, 9-10.
So Tom has gotten us down to our final 8. You can see the payout to the bottom of the screen. 4 of these guys aren't going to make the money, but the other 4 will be receiving a hefty payout. First place, $22,245. So about almost 9 buy-ins for the winner. Ooh, Michelle raising the ace-jack. 9s for James Hopkins. Could we see another KO here? Looks like the all-in has been requested. And the call's made. 9s, ace, jack. Led my star, no idea. The mysteries escape even me. Queen at 6 deuces, safe for the 9s. Needs to fade an ace or a jack. Turn card is safe as well. 1 of 6 outs needs to be dodged for the 9s. And they can be. So James Hopkins finds a double up. Michelle, unfortunately, scammed by the run out there, down to 22K. Let my star, it's been told to all of the dealers, regardless of the table they're dealing at, that as soon as there is an elimination, to announce that the seat is open. So it's probably a bit of a mandatory thing that's been going on here. Also to ensure that all the seat cards are appropriately kept at the TD desks to make sure everything's running smoothly.
APLPT Classic Flight number 2, your blinds will be up next hand, 1500, 3000 with a 3000 bit blind ante. Deep freeze dealers, once you finish your current hand, your blinds will be up next hand, 1500, 3000 with 3000.
Oh, James again, this time with ace queen. Toby with the 9-8 suited, maybe considering putting in a call. Looks like he will from the button. No dramas at all, Lenmai. As always, if you have any questions, please feel free to send them through. I'll do my best to answer them, especially if they're not about poker.
Main event dealers, your blinds are also up next hand, dealt 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante.
Hoppy takes the bet back.
APLPT
Fires in the raise.
Flight number 3, your blinds are also up 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante, next hand dealt.
And he's going to take it down up to 44 big blinds. Dipper's still the man to catch, though. He's playing well over 150 bigs. Tom over 400k, so around 109 blinds, or 107.5 if I could count. That'd be good. Let us know who you guys want to see win this one. I know who I want to win. My dealer's choices. My dealer's choice? My commentator's pick, goodness me, is going to be Mr. Tom Maguire, sitting in seat 7. He's got 20/20 vision, or should I say he's the best looking player at the table.
close to the money.
One of the few that I can.
Yeah. We're close to the money, so I might have to, Gotta put the double pressure on.
Want to fall away from the money.
I don't know what happened.
Lemai reckons that Chris has it in the bag.
Open. Like,
He's definitely a scary guy to play poker against when he's got chips.
nah, fold. See two fold. I mean, three better. No, not yeah, three better. Yeah, but not game. Because I'm playing the game. Oh, yeah, that's
Oh, ace king for Michelle, in goes the remainder. Toby's going to have to call this. He's getting a ridiculous price. Unfortunately for Michelle, he doesn't have him dominated. Toby's still a 36% chance to find the KO here.
That's why I don't look. Can't do much more than one.
Let's see how this runs out. King and a 7. Michelle safe for now. Needs to fade backdoor spades. An 8 or a 7. The turn card. Oh, is one of those backdoor spades. River card. What will it be? Oh, black but not a spade. Queen of clubs going to allow Michelle to get back up to 9 bigs. Far cry from where he was earlier, but he's been here before. He knows what he has to do. Can easily spin a stack up if he has to. Oh, hey Jenny, hope you're doing well. Hope your trip up north was okay, and I hope you are having a relatively calm night if you are working. I hope it's nice and chill out. Means we can enjoy some coverage together.
it was like 600.
I came here to play this, and I had 5 minutes left to register the main. And there's only 6 here, so I thought, yeah, we can run up this thing.
How much is the main?
We'll start with 50.
No,
Okay. 450.
Tom's going to have an interesting decision should Michelle jam, but instead Michelle with 9 bigs just chooses to pass on the ace-4. Seems close.
So you're in the money now.
In the main? Not yet.
Charles just going to call the small blind against this king 6. And out flops Tom. Jack 3 deuce, 1 diamond. Could be a flop that Tom is going to have a couple of sizes on. May even choose to check back. Let's see what he chooses to do. The jack is definitely going to be much better for his range, but he's probably aware of the fact that Charles is going to have some of these offsuit and suited hands in the small blind that include a jack. Instead, he does bet roughly 1/3 the size of the pot. Probably knowing that Charles is going to have a lot of suited hands in the small. Charles just puts in the call, so 43k to a turn card. Around 132,000 effective. The turn is a 6, but it is the 6 of spades. So I think this is going to get both of these guys to cool it down a little bit. Benjamin Chu says Charles the Destroyer. See what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Tom with just 4 outs. And he does play it as a check on the turn. What will the river bring? 10 of hearts, changing nothing. Charles arrives to the river with the best hand. It's a bit awkward to try and irk out some value But one of the better jacks he's going to arrive in this spot with, given a lot of his king jack and ace jack is probably just going to play as a 3-bet pre-flop. Looks like he's going to bet 14k, goes for roughly a third. Trying to get value from those hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, ace 6. Perhaps even the 5-6 suited, should Tom have raised those. King 6 is a bit interesting. Looks like he is just going to put in the call and find out what's going on. Sees the bad news.
You're 10 to open for this one, aren't you? I can see.
Oh, look, I had 7 eyes, so obviously you had that. It's whether how cute I wanted to get with it, right? That's pretty cute, right?
I don't know what happened.
If you got 6 high, I'm impressed.
I did not have 6 high, but I had 7 high.
Yeah. I reckon you got Jack Queen, 10 Jack.
Yeah, something like that.
Dipper with the reads. And Michelle with what I would think would be a jam. No, he's going to try and open this. Gonna have to fade these guys in the blinds waking up with a hand to put pressure on, and he does. Wow. He's gonna get away with a min raise there. Good timing.
Too much respect, man. Way too much
Did.
respect.
Fuck.
The hit
You were big blind?
The hit is too much for me.
Wow.
Fuck, I would have raised faster if I knew.
That is bananas. Raise and then oh, wow.
I was trying to work out if I could make it straight. I'm thinking.
Calling you.
Not on my turn. Maybe later.
I'm calling you that. It's like
That's enough. That covers both.
like the chicken dog, like the chicken shit. Run, run, run.
That was all your money, mate. Just fucking jam it in Tom's face.
Jacks for Tom over to Toby with the 7-6. Interesting one, Toby with an open ender, Tom with an underpair to the top card, but probably feels like he still needs to c-bet this. Looks like he's going to bet a third, and it's a bit scary because this is definitely the kind of board that Toby could become aggressive with his exact hand. Looks like a suit check is in order. No backdoors, just that pure open ender.
I'm laid down.
Looks like it was just a call. A check on the turn as we wait to see what the action will bring. Deuce on the turn. Check, check. The 8 of hearts, though. Hello there. Toby rippering the straight. Looks like he's going to try and irk out some value. I don't know whether or not Tom is going to want to call this. He could consider turning his hand into a bluff with the Jack of Hearts, but may not be on the agenda for him, given that Toby is going to have a lot of flushes himself. Wonder what Toby would do if Tom were to make it about 170k here. Tom weighing up all the options. Looks like he's just going to fold. Yeah, you can hear Toby saying, were you thinking about raising? I think it was definitely a thought that went through Tom's head at some point.
I don't know, because it looked like you were thinking about raising. That's right. So, probably not me. Unless you folded as well. What was that? Unless you just folded as well. I cannot say I did. I folded 80% of the flush there.
Dipper opens jacks. James going to come along with the 8-6 offsuit. Ace 5-4, 8-6 of the gut shot, but not one of the boards that you typically want to check raise. Given the ace out there could cause some dramas. Plenty of aces in your opponent's opening range. Another 5 instead, as James does check raise flop. Chris not deciding to go anywhere just yet. Grant Wheeler says Spider-Man for the win. Who? James waves the flag on the turn. Can he find the 7 on the river? No, he can't. It's another 5. And I think this is going to mean good luck bluffing this river. It's going to have to be a very, 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 very big size for Chris Zanonos to probably let this one go. Instead, just to check. Wow, is he going to try and get value here? This seems thin. Snap fold from James, and I think he's actually going to be surprised to see Jack's bet for that size on the river. Oh, that's funny. I haven't even thought. Yeah, of course, Tom Maguire. That's actually Toby Maguire. So who are you cheering for? Toby or Mr. Maguire in seat 7? I guess we'll never know. Toby with the king 5 facing a small blind 3-bet from James with the a6 offsuit. Is Toby going to pull out one of those GTO wizard 4-bets here? Let's see. He's definitely a very well-studied player. Perhaps he could consider the king 5 4-bet every so often. Drum roll, please. Decides against it. James going to take that one down. Couple of hands here. Matthew and Jigsy haven't been very active. It's about to change. Ace-9 suited and 10s. Open +1, call +2. Ooh, Toby, ace-queen suited. He passed up on an ace-queen 4-bet early. I don't think he's going to be passing up on a 3-bet. No, just decides on a flat. Opens the door for Michelle to potentially find a multi-way defend with 5-3 suited. Yes, he will. Let's see a flop with all 4 of these guys. One of these hands feels like the odd one out, but could definitely flop best. Not on an ace-5-7 board, though. That's actually going to spell bad news for Matthew. Probably doesn't expect a hand quite as strong as ace-queen suited to be awaiting in the cutoff. And action is going to check over to Toby. He does just bet 10,000. Back over to Matthew, who, in my eyes, has a very clear decision here, and he does put in the call. Jigsy as well, pocket 10s. Not afraid to disappear yet. Instead, it is the 7 of clubs. Only Jigsy with a club in his hand. He's actually doing better odds-wise than Matthew, given he has that flush redraw and a 10. Toby's still the favorite, but definitely not going to be too happy seeing a 3rd club peel off. Instead, the 4 of hearts is a brick. Ace queen is the best hand. Toby trying to irk out some value. I think he'll get called in one spot. Though it is pretty difficult for him to have too many very strong hands here. It's hard to imagine that he would check back a flush in position. Looks like the call is going to get made by the ace-9. Jigs getting a look at his stack. Does have the 10 of clubs. If anybody was to rep a flush, it would be him in this spot. Instead, given the talk, it looks like he's considering a call. Ace-queen's going to get tabled, and quick nod of the head from Matthew. Toby up to 377. I agree, JC. The carpet is a vast improvement from what we were witnessing in Albury.
If I was a station, I would have called you on it in 30 seconds.
Michelle going to fund the rip. Don't think Jigsy's going to fold, and Michelle with another opportunity to double again.
PLO players, your returning blind level is 501,000. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Can't give you, mate. Now they're in trouble. Now
missed
they're
our
fucked. You missed your
The
opportunity.
first double was alright. The second one
This one now is dangerous.
All players in the APLPT Classic, flight number 2, your blinds will be up next hand, 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. This is the last level before you will bang and come back for day 2. And deep freeze dealers, once you finish your current hand, your blinds will be up 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. Next hand dealt in the deep freeze. Main event dealers, once you finish your current hand, players, you're going on a 15-minute break. That is players in the main event, 15-minute break. And the APLPT Classic flight number 3, finish your current
Ace
hand,
8 for
you're
Chris.
also going on a 15-minute break. APL Classic, flight number 3, 15-minute break.
Ten, 7, 4, deuce. As Jigs does find the best hand on the flop. Tom finding the 3-bet with the king-queen offsuit, but Jigs wakes up in the small blind with 2 kings of his own. And Dipper in the big blind with the ace-jack offsuit.
Centurion raises to 100,000. 4 folds, 5 folds.
Snap fold from Tom. Ace-9 deuce, James with the best hand.
Fold, Tom?
Yeah. I really felt like you were thinking about raising and not about calling. No, I was thinking about calling.
Doesn't
About raising.
match matchup.
Like 10 seconds. What made you think I was thinking about raising?
Queen on the turn, changing nothing.
Seven, that's 16,000.
Mr. Normus in the YouTube chat is saying, looks like floorboards. Nonetheless, very nice flooring. Yeah, well, I don't know if you can really see from your angle. You might need to tilt your monitor down ever so slightly. Is that we're working with floorboards. And then there was the artistic and creative decision to move to carpet. So the floorboards cease at a particular point at which the aura of the room changes, and then we continue with a carpet styling. So I can understand your confusion, but definitely a combination of the two here, as Matthew's going to open tens. James with the Jack-8 offsuit puts in the call. And Jack-8 finds the best hand. Matthew just 2 outs. If you're watching on Facebook, don't forget to like the video. Always try and get as many likes on all of the streams as possible. Likewise, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you like the video. If you're watching on Twitch, follow the page. Bring you poker content at least twice a month. Make sure you're following definitely ahead of August. Anyway, the APL Million is going to be huge. Going to have plenty of special guests in the booth, plenty of interviews that are going to be going on. All the more excuses to do some streams and have some fun. So See what we can do as the 7 of diamonds completes the river. That straight doesn't get there for Matthew Gin, so James does arrive with the best hand. Ace King for Tom against the 7s of Charles.
Dom.
Oh, an Ace Jack 7 flop. That is not good for Tom. The only saving grace for him here is it maybe gives, because it's a monotone flop, he won't lose too much. But bottom set for Charles. 93% lock on the hand is not going to be the best news for Tom.
No, but I do think about calling. Now I'm pretty good. Glad I didn't call. He had a king.
Oh wow, and it looks like all the chips just got in.
Yeah. Might be in there though, honestly.
And Tom is going to fully double up Charles.
Oh yeah, really bad hand.
As I missed some of the action there. I looked away for a moment and all the chips are in the middle.
I thought about it, but I wasn't
Can I get all dealers for the main event to please start making your way back to the tables? That is dealers only for the main event.
But if you flat, you squeeze and you go all in, they squeeze and do this. Might just be gas.
So I said, I think I'm playing.
But I thought the same. I was like, oh, I guess someone will go all in behind me. So. But if I go all in first,
I mean, if you just go all in, I'm not going to call for 40 big blinds, but like, I don't think I'm just going to go all in.
Yeah, that's
Right
right.
on all in, like 8 people or 6 people. Then.
I was really
I thought about it.
These are all green.
Tom down to 31 bigs. Just going to check the king 3 blindly blind.
Dealers for the main event, please return to your table.
6-5 deuce, better flop for Tom's range than Michelle's. But both of them can definitely interact heavily with the 6-5 deuce board.
It was actually lucky for me.
Looks like Michelle is going to try and reach out and take this away. He started this one with 13 bigs. Tom with an overcard and a gut shot.
Any other river, and I don't think you just call by.
no.
Looks like he's just going to come along for one.
There's no other.
35k out there, Michelle with 56 behind. The ace of spades gives Michelle the king high flush draw.
Ace queen.
No chance for these guys to chop it up. There will be a clear win there. There's no chop opportunities. Queen changing nothing. King high is the best hand.
APLPT Classic flight number
But the issue is that Tom may feel like king high is going to be the best hand enough that he doesn't need to bet this.
Your way back to your seats.
I don't think he's going to expect Michelle to have a hand this strong. Probably thinks that king 10 suited is just going to be ripping it pre. He does check. And Michelle probably feels like he can check back. King 10 is the winner.
Alright, main event dealers returning blind level 400, 800 with an 800 big blind ante. Dealers, you can shuffle up on the deal in the main event. Players in the APLPT Classic flight number 3, you're returning blind level 400, 800, 800 big blind ante. You're right to shuffle up and deal.
Ace Jack for James, just flatting this open from jigs. Charles, 71 blinds, ace 5. Jack 9-8. Top fair for both jigs and James, but James a little bit better. James going to reach out and fire.
Not like he jumped in the car, left to right. It's at 600.
Like, we can't all be the best friends. Only one person can
There can only otherwise. Yeah, there's no best rule, right? But it's a tie.
Yeah, then the word loses all.
It loses all meaning, right? So someone's got to take that man.
Repeat 9 on the turn as James fires again. Jigs fires in another call. 137k out there. The deuce changing nothing. James potentially with a chance to win a very nice pot here. Looks like James is going to reach once more, trying to get value from worst Jack X. Looks like he may have a customer. He bets 32k. I think it's going to be difficult for Jigs to let go of this one. Fires in the call. James takes himself up to 330,000. James ace king this time. Action over to Matt, not going to get involved with Jack 6, Jigs with the ace 8. Seven, 4, 3. It's a big blind board, the repeat 7 on the turn. Jigs maybe feels like he needs to reach out and take this away from better ace highs. Instead, it's going to see the 8 of hearts river. So he instead just gets there. He goes to jam from Michelle, and Tom is going to have to run it here. Michelle jams 18 bigs. Dipper with King Queen is going to kill an out for Michelle. And goes to call. Jack's against ace king. Should Tom lose this, he's going to slip down to 12 bigs, but a couple of outs for Michelle have been folded, so Tom is a bit more than the usual as far as favourites go. Queen, 7 deuce, 7 on the turn. River card is a 9, and we say GG.
PLO dealers, your blinds are up next hand.
Here, brother.
1200. Those dealers in the PLO blinds are up.
Good Pedro.
I had King Queen, Tom. Can't call.
Folding there.
Should just
Put it in.
put it in, mate. Put it in with the third best hand.
Yeah.
Hope for the best.
The third best hand can become the next fight ribbon.
It can.
Just like it did.
Reserve number 41 for the main event. Please go to the podium. Reserve number 41. Adam, you have a seat in the tournament.
Matthew Jim with the Jack 9. Donkey just... Is that really an exclamation mark flooring request? I mean, maybe I could organize something for that, but I feel like there are better things that we could sort out requests for as far as the exclamation mark goes. Exclamation mark flooring. That is great. Ace 9-8, couple of spades, Toby, middle pair, and a flush draw. Matt Gin second though. Chris with top pair is the best hand right now. Bet of 10k and a call. I think Toby's probably going to potentially want to increase the wager here. He's got a hand that has a lot of equity, instead just decides to flick in the call. So 3-way to a turn, which is another 9. Matthew Gin nags trips on this turn. And given the hands that these other guys have, I think he's going to get a fair bit of value from it on the turn at least. Another check from Toby. Matt fires in a bet. 35k, so roughly half pot. I wonder if Dipper is still going to feel comfortable about his top pair. You can see just a 6% chance to win this hand. It's fairly awkward because from an outsider's perspective, it's hard for Matthew to really want to continue here with a hand like Ace Jack or Ace Queen 3-way when any of these other guys could definitely have turned trip. So this bet looks very strong. It wouldn't shock me to see Dipper fold, and he does. Gets rid of top pair. Nice discipline, Toby, with just 6 outs. But I think his hand is still a little bit too good to be letting go here. He does put in the call. And wow, Dipper would have riveted a boat. You can see he's not too happy about it, but I don't think Matthew's going to be too happy with that river either. Toby finds the bluff. Leads this river for 45k. And this looks really, really sad in Matthew's shoes. Lose to all ace-X. And it's hard to imagine too many hands doing this as a bluff. He doesn't have the jack of spades in his hand, which is one of those cards that could potentially allow for a lot of the bluff combos. Hands like jack 7 suited, jack 10 suited, queen jack suited. That being said, that's only 3 combos. Also difficult to try and think about what ace-X is going to call on turn. Because ace-X of spades is unblocked. Obviously the ace of spades is out there, so makes it a little bit less likely for there to be too many aces that continue. A hand like ace-8 potentially. And he does flick in the call, and Toby is going to turn the bluff over. Pair of 9s, turning into trips, and then a full house by river.
On the turn.
Yeah, what was the river?
Yeah. You got to see that river, eh?
You gotta have deck reads.
I actually thought he had to find, believe it or not, that's what I found.
No, deck reads. Not river. I thought you had these, but I bet the river. Oh, actually, you bet the river. That's pretty funny.
Alright, dealers in the deep freeze, once you finish your current hand, players, you're going on a half an hour dinner break. That is all players in the deep freeze, that 30-minute dinner break. Dealers in the deep freeze, make sure you sort your decks and go back and go on break and come back when there's 5 minutes left of the break. Deep freeze dealers,
Charles'
sort your decks.
ace-9 is going to raise the 10k. Jigs 25 bigs, and the king jack suited decides on a 3-bet. Pretty aggressive. Usually you'd see this hand flattered. Charles just lets it go. Jigs picks up a nice one. Getting a look at the stack, 632 for Chris Anonos, still our chip leader. Matthew and Charles and James all over 300. Tom and Toby neck and neck, 1k separating them. Jigs our shorty. Lots of poker still to be played though.
I even told you I had 4 reds.
I know. It's completely red fire.
Sounds like the jam from Tom was actually a bit of a misclick. He thought that Charles didn't have that much behind.
Tom's too a copy.
That hand, you shouldn't be betting. With us both calling you on the flop. So,
I think in my mind, it's still like, decent, like, still might be trying to deny against flush draws too, so that's why I was like,
you should, yeah. You actually did it. Because you had him the flush draw there. One of us had to do it.
All kings for Tom. In the small blind, his turn to try and get some chips back.
Yep.
Tom with a wide open 7-6 offsuit gets it straight through. Matt not wanting a piece.
I don't know.
Whoa! Folded ace 9? Maybe he wasn't at the table. Maybe that's what happens. Ace 9 is a mandatory call there, but maybe I missed that Matthew wasn't quite at the table, so couldn't receive his cards. Ace 8 and ace 10. No spades anywhere. Pair of 8's the best hand right now. Barring a spade on the river, it'll be that way. Deuce of clubs is not a spade, so these guys will get to showdown and Tom will have the best hand. Getting a look at the prize counts, 22,000 for the winner.
Bet is just too sweet. Your bet is just too sweet. Very nice.
Ace 10 for James. Jigs, pocket jacks, and 31 blinds.
Nobody counts if you're lost in the... you haven't seen him do back-to-back. No, I know you're not. That was the joke.
Maybe if you keep this up, we're all going to be vocal the same way. 6 p.m.
Matthew's turn with a pocket pair. Queens. Finds the 3-bet against Charles.
3 and 2 fours. 4 and 7.
Nobody else wakes up with anything in the blinds. Toby out of there. James out of there. Charles, 7-8 suited. In there or out of there? Only one way to find out. Looks like he's going to put in the call. Ace, sorry, King, Jack, 4. Never the flop you want to see with queens and overcard. Nonetheless, probably still going to feel like he's got the best hand enough the time, as it looks like Jackie Glazier
How do you fold the ace king over there?
is in the room.
How do I fold? Yeah. 2 bet, 25.
You river top pair, yeah?
You can see my cards.
Yeah, I got a guy telling me.
His value bet on the river, and then you fold it on the river. This is not fair.
He's literally behind that wall.
Two ranges, 10,000. 3 and 4 fours.
Yeah. Numbers are not bad. Yeah, there's 250 now. Put it up. Oh, the turn, the day.
I mean, now times tournament. Late night.
Ace, Queen, 3-bet from James. Matt, with the King, 7.
Yeah, they're doing it there. Somewhere.
I almost folded it. I almost folded and then I was like, whatever.
You gotta play.
Like, I had queen jack under the gun, I almost folded.
Oh, fold, overfold.
Yes. Kiara, our TD. Alright, if she goes to Empire.
Then he 3-bet me and I was like, fuck, I should have done what I thought. Then he 4-bet you and I was like, fuck this guy.
Is swearing a big part of the culture in Ireland?
Yeah.
Would you say it's more there?
Jig's going to raise 8s, +1. Started this one with 36 big blinds, so still chilling at 2.5, 5 with a 5k big blind ante.
Yeah.
you don't swear, mate, you're not a man. You just swear.
Like, here people don't care if you swear, same in Ireland. Whereas, like, I guess in England, people are trying to be polite sometimes. And then in America, some people are unbelievably sensitive to cursing. Like, most people aren't, but then, like, you see someone having a meltdown, they're like, don't cuss at me, don't cuss at me. And I'm like,
Shut the fuck up.
yeah. I'll say whatever. Yeah. I'm like, you guys are
Charles with the flush on the turn.
Dude, they are, yeah.
even though they barely have.
Oh, it's nuts over there now.
Fourth diamond on the river makes it a bit interesting. There's only one card that beats Charles's hand, and that's the Jack of Diamonds. Pretty unlikely that Jiggs would have checked it to the river, so Charles potentially going to try and reach out and get some value from middling pairs with a diamond, like eights with a diamond instead. You do see a bet. Jiggs with black eights. I don't think he's going to be putting in the call, but been wrong before. Won't be wrong this time.
Oh yeah, no, I knew that.
Yeah.
I figured that part out.
That is ours against. Apparently there's a whole county that people would like setting.
Oh, that's that.
Yeah, look. I should have just read
Attention players and dealers in
On the
APLPT
free-
main event. At the conclusion of your hand, please raise your blinds to 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante. That's 5, 1, 1. Next hand out, please. Dealers and players in APLT Classic Flight 3. At the conclusion of your hand, please raise your blinds. 500, 1,000, or 1,000. Also,
Ace king for
5,
James this
1,
time,
1.
Tom.
Next hand out, please.
King, queen offsuit.
A lot of pain.
What is cool?
Doesn't make sense.
Charles, queen jack suited. Probably going to come along as well, yeah. So it looks like Tom didn't actually 3-bet the king queen this time. Just put in the call. 3 ways to a flop. 10, 6, 3 rainbow. 10 of diamonds, so Charles does have some backdoor potential.
When I saw that ace, I just thought, I remember Cody was still in their hands. There you go.
Checks over to Tom.
I fucked the 3 and
Just knuckles. We repeat 10 on the turn.
that's priceless.
Well, look at that.
What the fuck are they doing? What the fuck are these men?
Do they really have any?
Double fucking try. I actually put him on the base on yeah.
You know what? We got someone in our exactly.
Really?
Dealers and players in the PLO 8 match. At the conclusion, and please raise your line. Your new level is 816.
Tom bet 16. James comes along. King river.
Worst fold I've ever made on the turn.
Tom going to get himself in some trouble here. I expect him to go for value.
Fold, actually.
I wonder how large Tom is going to go. Has to try and target some of the under pairs like 8s and 7s, so don't think he's going to go too polar. Wow, looks like he actually goes 2/3.
tanks.
And James looks pained by this, but with Ace King, I think this is a very just easy call. I don't think there's too much thought that needs to go into this one.
At least he thought about it.
Sure, Tom is going to have a 10 sometimes, but a lot of the time he's also going to pick a much larger size on this river, so I don't really know what you're worried about.
Must have been real bad. No one to cheat. God, stop cheating. It's Jack 4.
Hey, brother. You going? Oh, okay. All right. We'll see you here. No worries. See you later.
Three-way to a flop here. Kings, king, queen, and 6-4. Jigs finds the check raise, and this could be a spicy one for Matthew. Given how short Jigs is, it wouldn't surprise me if he plays this one as a 3-bet jam. Gets jammed on. Oh, and instantly it comes in on the turn. Jigs with a double up to 333. Matthew down to 222, not the shorty. Tom, still 214k is our short stack.
137.
seeing a 3-betting, I was just
King
like,
5, you fall. Get out of here, man.
Okay,
Come on.
I'll
You only
just
play
hold
sets or what?
dude, can't believe he has an ace side.
Cash me out.
Okay, just 3-bet that one.
I'll tell you one thing you should do. That's the fault.
All dealers for the deep threes, please make sure you return to your table and move up one number.
Toby with ace queen for what seems like the 6th time. Jack 10 deuce is the nut flush for Charles, but the nut gut shot for Toby.
Let's see. How many? That's the one that I said Jacks again.
Oh, yeah. I'd ace 10
Alright, players for the deep threes, your tournament will recommence in 90 seconds time. So please start making your way back to your seats.
So yeah, 2 in a row. Yeah, 2 Jacks in a row, yeah.
Toby does have a backdoor flush draw.
Take 16 seconds voice, please.
Yeah. Just finish it.
Ooh, and there is the nuts on the turn for Toby.
Not us. But they, anyway, 4 seconds.
So you're going to Vegas.
55k from Charles and Toby is going to make his life a bit miserable
Dealers
here.
for the deep freeze, returning blinds 2.5, 5,000, 5,000 big blind ante. Please prepare your decks and blinds. Dealers, deep freeze, 2.5, 5,000, 5,000 big blind ante. Please shuffle up and deal.
Let's see what Toby chooses to do here, as it looks like these guys have head on a break. Looks like he's just going to set the trap one more time. Really doesn't want to see a heart river. Instead, it's an ace, so could cause a bit of a pause from Charles. Is Charles going to fire off a third barrel here to try and get folds from two pairs? Jam from Charles, Toby snaps it off, and Toby setting the trap is going to get max value, takes himself up to 462k, a big pot right before the break, because that's what we're going to head to now, I believe. So we'll see you guys relatively soon as we continue the action here.
I was like, okay, let's go. I'm not gonna snap call. I was like, sorry. I was like, these guys are waiting. I'm not even fucking thinking about anything. How long am I gonna take the call? Oh shit. I'm like trying to look at this clock and then it's frozen. I'm like, okay, I should probably wait at least like 7 months of time.
Thank you. Keep your nut timing tell.
Yeah.
Welcome back, guys. We pick the action up. Matthew's going to open the Jack 10 suited from under the gun. Dipper wakes up with kings.
Yeah, they're just putting the American pressure on you.
That's why I can't hit all.
Puts in the raised 30k. Oh, James. 66 big blinds, ace queen suited.
We are starting a Jack
Like he's going to cold call.
1 in 10 will win a ticket.
Very interesting decision.
Head out and see registration if you wish to enter into the Jackstar satellite.
He's going to allow Matthew to come along with the Jack 10 suited as well, I would think. Yep. In goes the call. 3-way to a flop, 105k out there.
The 11 players in the APL in main event. At the conclusion of this hand, please raise your blinds.
7, 6, 3, 2 clubs.
1200 with a
Chris is the only one with a club.
That's 6, 12, 12 in the main event.
He bets 50k. James may have been considering continuing with a backdoor flush draw in the over, but
Yeah, yeah.
decides just to let it go.
No, I guess it goes to the start.
In the UK, we tip in a casino. So like freelance dealing, the casino will keep it. The dealers don't get it. That's fine.
And nobody would do it if you knew that.
Yeah.
That's what people don't do.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to tip the big.
Yeah, the venue.
Tip the people that are fucking.
I mean, if I'm gonna tip the casino, I may as well at least go play a fucking
You
table.
might as well throw it on a roulette table.
Yeah.
When you win, be like, nah, just call it a put.
Yeah.
Is it because it's like a league? Is that why? Because here, obviously, you can't tip the dealers and staff in casinos.
In Vegas, you can't tip the dealers at the tables directly. Yeah.
Charles zips in, queen 8 suited. Matthew lets it go.
Like, they're just not on Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, it's like you can tip.
You can't take it.
No. That's changed.
You can tip outside the casino. In the casino, you can.
I think it's to do with like it's to do with the game and the
Yeah. That's what they say in America.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's not a cash game. You can't just tip together.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Like, the dealers, they're potentially risking their job to
Because some drunk guy gave him $5.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Chris again, pocket kings. Keeps waking up with it. Raise at 12,000. Charles not waking up with the hands to jam. Nobody waking up with anything actually. Dipper's just going to take this down, no action.
Alright, any players after a drink or food, Max is walking around. Please raise your hand, he will come over and see you. If you are after any drinks or food, Max is floating around the floor. Please raise your hand, he will come and see you.
Be funny if he thought he got a walk.
Okay,
Both aces. Yeah. I just followed.
That's why he said, wow.
Although you're good, you're not even going to call 6.
Tens for jigs.
Is that the same hand you opened? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jigs with the King Jack. Dipper though keeps waking up with monsters. Pocket queens this time. Wants to add some gravy, makes it 32k. Action around to Tom, 7-5 suited, gets out of there. Jigs also, King Jack.
Queen in my head and better than ace. Yeah, mate. You had Jack 3.
Looks like Charles is going to put in the call after this 8.8 big blind stack. Ace King Jack. Dipper with a gut shot. Toby just 9 high back to the flush draws. Charles in the lead. Charles with the opportunity to find a double here. If he plays it as a check jam, I don't think Chris is going to be folding. Yep, and it goes, and Dipper doesn't love it, but he's going to have to flick in the call. Yep, and it goes, and Charles is going to have to try and fade a queen, a king, or a 10.
You're thinking of jamming 3.
5 is safe. What will the river bring? Safety. Ace 3 with a full double.
How much is it?
Alrighty, all dealers and players to the deep freeze. Your blinds will be up next. Hand dealt 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante.
Ace 3 for Matt. Dominated by James, but two very similar hands, so definitely some opportunities on future streets. We'll just have to see how it plays out. This is one of those flops that could lead to chops, king, and a couple of kings and a 9. Ace Jack for Tom, but he's running straight into the jacks of Charles. Tom with a bit of a decision here. It's for almost his whole stack. Puts in the call, and Charles with a big opportunity to find a double up here. Tom needing to find an ace to get the KO. Couple eights and a king. Tom needing to find an ace, or Charles is going to be very comfortable. 7 doesn't help. The river card. is the 6 of hearts, and Tom is our new short stack. Aces for Tom, chance to find a big double. James has already raised the 10-8 to 12K. Jack 8-4. Tom needing to fade a 10 or an 8. It's a 10. There's a Jack 4 or an ace on the river. The river card is the 6 of diamonds, and GG Tom.
You know, but on feature.
Six, 4, and ace 8. Toby picking up a flush draw on the turn. Toby gonna lead. Jinx, let's go with it before he can even put the...
As soon as I sat down and then 2 hands later.
You see I had ace queen too?
Actually, I could have told you you had ace queen before without even been looking.
I mean, I fold ace king O.
Yeah.
Ace queen too.
Yeah.
even had the back door on the flop too.
Yeah. It's gonna cost you.
9-8 for Toby. Puts in the limp. James, ace 3, finds the raise up to 15,000. Relatively small given this dynamic. You'd expect it to be a bit larger blind be blind.
No, I just wasn't sure.
Couple queens and a 9 as Toby takes the lead. James betting 8.5k. Finds the check raise with the pair of 9s. James very quick to relinquishes. Queen 7-5 all hearts. Charles flops the nuts.
Oh, me? Who made me? Me or you? Because I had equity. You just had the bad hand though.
That is the first bluff I've ever seen Toby make. Oh, really?
Charles just continues with a call.
Okay.
Not the greatest turn card. He probably feels like he's going to miss out on some value now that the 4th flush card has come in. And now he has a straight flush. He definitely knows he's got the best hand here. Pretty difficult for Matthew to arrive at the river with a better one.
Two of them had 10k misery. Yeah. And then the day of the 25k texted me about it all too. I was like, oh, I'm not going to play. And then went to the win and lost like 1600.
Which you probably had a win for yourself.
Yeah, obviously. And then like,
Problem is you've got everything.
and I was like, if I didn't want to play 25k, I shouldn't have went playing the 1600 either, you know, like I was just too tired. And I don't think I would have played 25k. Get there, see like it's the game, so and then you're not that fucking tired. You make me more tired.
Even that's
It's just easier to take it more serious.
Oh my god, yeah, and I
you
was
need
there.
some ones or no?
Yeah, I played like maybe 2Ks, but they were like the lowest tournaments I had played. And I think it was an awful one.
Hey, just try to.
I lost the Ace of Spades game. Second hand. It's gonna be but here we go. And then by like the fourth bullet, I just like 3-bet jam or 4-bet jam day 6 suited into like some fucking tight today. In fairness, it's not usually a tight.
Bro, what's going on? Different day? You're not playing anything?
On break.
These guys run at the same time.
I know. There's like six.
Yeah. And so they have to have like 60.
Matthew ripping in ace 10.
Crazy.
Gets it through.
Oh, I don't know.
How much money do they make? I have no idea. To have that many like TDs and deals.
But they must be making money because they're like running these things all the time, bringing the fucking stage around.
Hey?
Because it's the World Series of Poker, basically, so nobody pays.
Everyone's.
Yeah, but it, like,
You got APL millions coming up too, where you know it's guaranteed in like 2 months.
yeah, it's kind of random.
Only the desperados, mate.
The degenerates. You got.
Degenerate.
Why don't you go to Vegas?
I can't go this year. Oh, I've got a business partner here from China, so I can't leave
Players
him.
and leaders of the main event, lovely one level.
Doing the right thing. Take him with you. He doesn't gamble, believe it or not.
No, he's
He's
not
not
trying.
normal.
Yeah.
He's not fucking normal.
He's gambling being in business.
He gambles on the
Yeah,
stock
yeah.
market, but not.
That might be the only Chinese partner you
Yeah,
can trust then.
that's
Matt
my
jamming in
partner.
King Jack.
What do you do with him?
Jigs with the King 7. Blind blind just decides to fold. Matthew picks up the chips there.
Huge
Are
development.
they still allowed to get money in here?
Oh, he has. So,
And the rig's tightened up?
yeah, really bad. They don't want him. You're not. They don't want him investing now. They charge him double stamp
not
duty,
worth it.
double land tax. It's bullshit. Yeah.
But I guess there's a lot of Chinese money invested in the last 10 or 20
There
years.
has been a lot of money. Mate. They all wanted to buy part of Australia. They put the money in China.
Yeah, same. Anywhere.
You know,
Well,
anywhere. Anywhere they live.
maybe a bit in Ireland, but in Ireland,
Yeah,
the
you know.
Americans bought all the property.
Yeah.
BlackRock capital.
Yes. Should have killed you back then.
Don't say that.
Fuck. Might have to.
He had a lot of outs that time.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I couldn't fold myself.
Yeah.
5-3 for Chris. Charles at Queen Jack.
Might be dead.
But those 20k, it might be the out playing with the radio one of them. And the point is like,
4 diamonds on the turn.
if we didn't want the late range to be really good, then like it was supposed to have a 25% of the field side when playing more range as well. So it's like he's just fucking all of them.
Check. River is a 6.
75.
Chris makes a straight.
That's why you started to talk is where the levels went up. Yeah. And it just gave him like it went 1, 2, 2. 1.5, 3, like went up 50% on the like third level or something. Yeah, okay. And then like the labor, like people, even when everyone registered, there was 33% of the field. It was kind of like unbelievably. They were super turbo.
Yeah, I mean that suits him, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it suits his schedule, but also like.
Yeah.
I guess like he doesn't know what he's doing, obviously. That's like when I said it to someone else.
I mean,
They're like, what? He fucking designed schedules?
there's so many like, so many people are like, oh, you should do this, whatever. And it's like, realistically, as I said, they have no idea. Like,
Yeah.
just because they play it, like, they have no idea like how.
But like, there's so many free structures on the internet. Like, you can just look down on focus or play about it, copy there, you know, or like try to do whatever. But I guess it was more like a try to decide.
I was gonna say to try it, so I tried exactly like that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what is going on here?
Saying, like,
Aces for Charles, aces for Matthew.
yeah.
Both of these guys deciding that they wanted to wake up with the nuts, and Matthew just decides to rip 24 bigs, which is insane.
Wait, chop it up, bro. Chop this up.
Oh my gosh. You wait all the
That is a pretty wild jam
But look at his face, I thought he had
to just rip in aces there. Definitely potentially missing out on a lot of value.
worse.
Instead, he's going to get snapped off by aces. These guys are both going to have a sweat to try and make a 4-card flush.
You sure?
No, I don't. Video replay?
Red.
Oh no!
Red.
Oh, 3 diamonds, as this could be very scary. Jack of Hearts is safe. Diamond River, not to be.
Well, you got your money's worth. You got your money's worth.
Matt went from dejected to fucking elated.
Yeah.
What a sweat.
Holy shit.
Hey, I had red aces, I swear. And the sweat.
You don't get bored, do you? You just like to keep the action going.
King deuce for dip up, raising from the button. James going to come along with King 4 suited.
Can I present your players all players remaining in the PLO tournament? Please start retaking your seats.
10 and a couple of 7s.
2 minutes remaining in your break. Once again, as all PLO players, please start to retake your seats.
Eight of clubs on the turn, neither of these guys with one. $26K on the river from James, trying to take this away from Ace High.
Can I present your players final call all PLO players? Please retake your seats. You
Will
have
it work out for him?
remaining in your break. Once again, that's all PLO players. Please retake your seats now.
There are plenty of hands that Ace High is ahead of. Hands like Jack 5 suited, Jack 4 suited. Nope, not for that price. Down it goes. James up over 400K now. Ace 10 for Charles. James, Ace 3. Jig's not going to call Jack 6. 3K, 6K blinds. James, pocket 9s. Charles, Queen 10 suited. Finds a 3-bet to 36K. Now, yesterday in this kind of a spot, James decided just to 4-bet jam Jacks for 55 bigs. Wonder whether or not 9s is going to be a jam for him, especially with 6 remaining and 4 paid. No, looks like he's just going to call. Does cover Charles here, so we'll see what happens. 8-6 deuce, 9 still in the lead, and no scary cards out there, so. Charles is Queen 10. Continues. 22K, good for 3.7 blinds. I think James has a very easy decision here with pocket 9s. He knows that Charles isn't afraid to blast it off, as he saw from Charles just before the break when he tripled off the A7 of hearts against Toby. 10 on the turn is not what James had in mind. Charles takes the lead. Check, check, river. Repeat 8, so Queen 10's the best hand. Charles going for value. Goes pretty small, 35K. Don't think 9s is going to be folding this. But if he thinks that not many hands that are behind 9s would go for this size, Wow, he decides to turn nines into a bluff here. Probably feeling that Charles is capped with this river size. We've seen James pull out the check jam as a bluff once already. Much earlier today against Tom, it didn't work out then. It's difficult to come up with too many hands that he would do this with. Would he do this with a hand like Ace-7 of hearts? Probably not. What about Ace-7 of spades, Ace-9 of spades? Charles blocks some of the back doors on the flop as well with that Queen of Diamonds, so that's not too good. Gets another look at his hand. Doesn't seem too convinced by this. I believe fourth, Tim. Charles seems really pained by this. What hands would James check to play as check jam? That is the question. Why not go for value yourself? Sixes, deuces, 9-8 suited. Which there's only 2 combos of that one, 3 combos of sixes and deuces. 1 combo of 10s. 2 combos of the 10-8 suited, which I don't think calls pre anyway, so. Or should I say 1 combo of 10-8 suited, excuse me. Wonder if Charles is going to think all of this through and end up finding the hero. It'd be a pretty sick one to find. Is Charles going to put the call in here against James for his tournament life? Wow, it's the second time he's checked his cards. Sometimes guys will check their cards before mucking them. The fact that they're still there makes me think he's leaning towards calling this. Wow, he lets it go and James gets a sick one through. Shows 9s, gets it through. James is really cruising. Matt with a raise of 12k off 25 bigs. Toby with the Jack 4 of clubs has Matthew suit dominated, so Matthew really doesn't want to see a lot of clubs out there or he's going to be in quite a lot of trouble. Uh-oh. Matthew with an open-ender and a straight draw. Sorry, that's the same thing. An open-ender and a flush draw. Toby with a pretty easy decision here, I would think. And in goes the call. To a turn card we go, which is the King of Spades. Toby still with the best hand. Matthew still with a plethora of outs. You can see all 12 of them at the top of the screen. The clubs aren't as live as he thinks, though. He fires a second bullet, and now that Toby's picked up that gut shot, he's not going to be going anywhere. $35K into the middle, representing roughly a quarter of his stack. What is Toby going to do here with this jack-high flush draw? Wow, he jams. And Matt snaps it off. Not in as good a shape as he would want to be. The river is a 5, and we say GG to Matthew Gin.
Isn't that the famous time from when the lady cheated?
Yeah.
Why called King something? But short.
You get away with it.
I missed it.
Ace 9 10 club club. And he bet 30 times calls. So he can pick spade. And he bet 35 into 75. And I went all in calls.
Blues?
I was doing all in for both.
Of course you did. You're that good.
Three fours.
Fun.
Yeah, I buy the blues. How much is there?
Yeah, I'll put this
Oh,
on.
yeah, you get rid of that.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's 6,000.
It's on me? Oh, okay, sorry.
There's 10.
That's 108.
You're running at my friend. Any updates on when we might finish?
It was literally see how you guys want to go.
Okay. Yeah,
Got
yeah.
another- yeah.
Out of my plane.
I want to
I
keep
do know
playing.
our cutoff. I do know our cutoff time is 2 a.m.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Let's skip a blind level and get this thing done.
Well,
Like a 30-minute blind.
that's what we did last year.
Yeah, fucking 60-minute blind is insane.
There you guys heard it. Cutoff time is going to be 2 a.m. Not going to be going too absurdly late into the early hours of the morning, but still going to be a late one for these guys, and I don't think it's going to be finished by then either. Still going to be very deep at that point. 9-6 deuce, couple of hearts.
No, I don't. I live in Byron.
Oh, yes, that's right.
4 of hearts to the turn. Charles improving to a gut shot in middle pair. Dipper with the 10 of hearts and a gut shot himself. Charles just 28 bigs behind.
Oh yeah.
He and Jigsy pretty much neck and neck. Jack on the river. Check, and Charles is going to win this one.
The vibe there is so good.
Yeah, it is nice.
I feel like, because there's a mixture of different people, right? There's like, there's like the stoners, there's like the foreigners and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But everyone's happy.
Yeah, exactly. People are in a good mood.
Yeah, unlike the Gold Coast where like people are drunk and stumbling around and fighting each other and shit.
In Gold Coast is a bit like that.
Yeah, Surfers Paradise and stuff like that. It's really bad. Where it's like fire and everyone's just chill and happy.
Nine 7 for Toby. Takes it down. SDMQT, I'm not sure. I don't believe so, but anything could happen. Usually the live stream is restricted to just the APLPT series and the APL Million, so we'll have to see what happens. There you go.
Deco was more like I was like, this is a value. fucking covered. Fuck.
But like, like the reason I went with Sean is because I know it's like Johnny mentioned, like,
Yeah, I know why you did it. I got to say that.
no, yeah, obviously, and I know I'm nuts, I know I can't call it.
I was like, you just magically had said that soon as you I was like, maybe Dark has a better call than fucking what I had.
I play aces the same way to be fair. Like,
Is the hand played?
He's keeping us on the mystery, you know.
You had a 10. You had a 10
I
for
gave you
sure.
guys the answer. I had it.
Yeah, you had a 10 for sure.
Well, obviously, yeah, he had him beat. So I don't think he takes that long with him.
Yeah.
No, I was taking with Ace King, guys.
Players in the APLPT, after handling progress, you are going to be on a 15-minute break. And there's 15-minute break after handling progress. Anybody wishing to enter or re-enter?
Ace 8 for James, action folding around to Toby with pocket 9s. Comes along with a call. 4-8 now. Lines are slowly but surely getting more expensive.
Players and dealers in the main event after
Six
handling
and a couple of
progress, you are
deuces.
on a 15-minute break. That is 15-minute break after handling progress. Anybody wishing to enter or re-enter, please regulate 2 registration desks in the next 15 minutes.
Toby wins that one. He's been the most active player so far. Charles the least, but all of these guys pretty close together. Ace 9 and 8-6. Looks like there's a bit of a incorrect read here. It looks like an open from Charles and a flat from Ippa on the button. So as soon as the graphics update, we'll let you know who everybody, what everybody has. 6-5 suited was called. King 9-7 as the 6-5 has a gut shot. Charles with middle pair. 16k, quick call goes in. Let's see a turn card. Ten of hearts doesn't change anything.
it's like north, so it's like, it's basically between, not three of Brisbane, it's between Brisbane and Sunshine Coast.
Okay, so it's like after wherever Redcliffe is.
Yeah,
it's pretty north.
Yeah, it's like big, yeah.
You have like a big property?
I mean, I've got an iron and acre out there.
Okay, nice. I did think that, like I'm in Byron. I have like 15 minutes. It's just all farm.
Yeah.
And like I bought like most of our shit for the house because we were only coming for a year initially. We all most of it on Facebook Marketplace, so I was like driving to random places. Yeah, people have the same fucking house. Yeah. And you come in off completely rich.
Wow, Dipper reaches out and takes it.
I'm like, I like being right by the beach. Like,
Charles down to 187k, a touch over 20 blinds.
I could be 15 kilometers away and play on my own place, but yeah, like,
C3 race 16. C4.
Jigs takes it down. Charles not going to defend the 7-6 offsuit.
You were right, but you just couldn't pull the trigger.
I was like, do I just took a coin?
It didn't make sense. Like, fuck.
I mean, I'm not trying to get him to fold a 10 though, like, with that line.
Oh, ace queen for Charles here. May consider just ripping this for 20 bigs. He is on the bubble, so it's definitely going to be weighing on his mind. You can see he's kind of shrugging there. He's probably just going to pull that trigger. And he does. Jigs with 5s. Decides to fold. Toby's going to let it go as well. Charles gets that jam through.
You at 7. No.
7. I will think about it.
It's stuck off.
Jigs' turn. This time pocket 9s. Raises to 16k. Toby with a 9 of his own, but nowhere near as good as pocket 9s. We've seen him defend pretty wide. Looks like this isn't going to be an exception. Puts in the call. King, Queen, Jack is not what you want to see with pocket 9s. And a big blind's definitely going to have a lot of Broadway cards. Some Broadway cards with kind of offsuit kickers. Jig's going to bet anyway, takes it down.
Watch this hand.
That is Jack 4, mate. That is that. And the, what's the name? Toby?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I didn't think I was dead. I thought I had a good shot at
No, just Jack high. Jack high bigs.
Oh wow.
Seven, 4 and Jack 5 as these guys go to war in the blinds once again. Three on the river. As Toby gets to the river, maintaining the best hand that he had on the flop. Takes it down.
Dealers in the APL main event, flight 3, please start retaking your seats. That's dealers in the main event, please start retaking your seats.
Charles going to defend the 10-8. Jigs, 8-6 suited. Pretty wide open from this position, but to a flop we go. Ace, Queen 4. Jigs with a quick C-bet. Charles with a quick fold.
Players in the Classic, you'll have just over 2 minutes remaining on your break. Feel free to start retaking your seats.
Toby with the 10 on suit's going to raise it.
The Classic.
James, King Queen suited, may decide to 3-bet this. Looks like he will take it to 40k. Jigs gets out of there with Ace Jack, and the best hand gets folded, and the second best hand takes the pot down.
Players in flight 3 of tonight's main event, you'll have just 2 minutes remaining on the break. Feel free to start retaking your seats. 2 minutes remaining on the break. Anyone wishing to enter or re-enter the flight 3 of the main event tonight, you have just under 2 minutes to do so. Please see the registration desk outside the room.
James raising 10s over to Dipper, 3-2 suited. Can definitely flick in a call with this, and it goes.
Players in the Classic, you have just under a minute to go before the end of the break. A minute before play is resuming.
Couple jacks at an 8 as the 10s hold up.
Dealers and players, in tonight's deep freeze, you have a new level at the end of the current hand. You are now playing 5,000, 10,000, with 10,000 things like 95, 10, 10 in the deep freeze.
I had the nuts.
James takes it
Just
down.
under a minute to go for flight 3 of the event. Please return to your seats.
Deuce three. Forgive me a miracle
Just
late.
less than a minute to go in flight 3 of the main. Classic players, feel free to start dealing. 1K, 2K with 2,000 to 122. Dealers and players, in the main event, you have a blind level 1,000, 2,000. We got 2,000 big blind ante. That's 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. Dealers, shuffle, and deal.
5-3 for Chris. Toby going to raise up the ace-8 and takes it down.
Registration is now closed for flight 3 of the main. Registration closed.
With Irish sports betting.
Say it again.
With some Irish sports betting.
Yes. No. It was
When were you there and where did you stay?
I stayed at. First of all, I went to Dylan.
Okay, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
It was a nice hotel.
Yeah, nice hotel. Yeah, and then I went right on that.
Charles with the 4 deuce, probably just trying to kill some time.
You were looking at me, bro. I was like,
For some reason I thought I was
Kind of not that.
Maybe he thought the decision was first on James. Toby with the king 7, but James wakes up with ace king. Thanks for letting us know, John. Really appreciate it. Toby with a limp. Don't think James is going to let the price remain the same. Races to 24K. I wonder if Toby is going to elect to play this hand as a limp 3-bet. Nope, just decides to call. And the ace 9-3 is all James. King of Hearts is a holding of Toby's, so may decide to call 1, but it's not looking too good on a board like this with King High. James fires for 28K half pot. And against this size, I think Toby's decision becomes a bit indifferent. But it looks like he has a very clear call in his eyes. He fires it in. Just 6% to win this hand. Turn card is another 6. Oh, sorry, just a 6. Getting my 9s and my 6s mixed up. Apologies. Two flush draws out there. James probably considering a very sizable bet on the turn. And very quick fold from Toby. James going to pick up a pretty healthy pot.
played, I think it was like a showdown or something like that, but like it was like a actually good showdown, like a sister hotel there. And it was right on the water, you know, like the main canal bit, like whatever is the river through the middle of it.
Yeah. I actually think I've been in that hotel. It's beside the old university, like this massive university.
I think so, yeah. And yeah, like it was nice.
Toby with queens. Oh, Charles with nines, and this could be the end of Charles Sy in this event. Against a button open, nines is more than good enough to jam, and he does jam, and Toby beats him into the pot. Charles needs to find a 9 to stay alive, and given the percentages, I think that 1 has been folded, so just 1 out for Charles. Or we will be in the money here in the Centurion. Queen 8-5, all halved though, so Charles's percentage has increased drastically.
But you only asked for a switch.
Turn card is the Jack of Diamonds. He adds a straight draw to his flush draw.
Could have asked for the win.
The river stays seated, sir. Up to 43 bigs as the bubble will continue, and everybody else is a little bit unhappy to see that.
You got to keep a door. What do you do there?
I don't know.
I genuinely want to know
Fucking does.
how you do those things. Like, please teach me, Sensei. Oh,
He's been out 5 times.
right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God.
He's a good swear.
And he didn't ask for the 9. He just said a heart, not 3 of us.
Hey, Krilly. What are you doing? Surely it's like 4 a.m. in Vegas. It's actually 5 a.m. in Vegas. 5 a.m. in Vegas? I'm not good at time. Toby. Back on the horse, king queen suited. Things are a little bit more leveled now. Nobody over 600. Chip leader with around 75 bigs.
Fucking cheeky one. Cheeky one. I can't believe I fucking gave you respect too. That folded that
Mate, I got you back for your 6-5 suited. The same hand. I said I got to play this
And win.
and win.
John says we need to create a betting market for the flooring. I bet you that you can stand on it.
Now less.
Charles, Jack 10, as Jigs is now the shorty.
No, I thought the start. You know, something to do.
Yeah.
Jigs with 33 blinds.
My partner doesn't work that much, and then everyone that we met is in the same situation. So they're all like travelers. It's easier to meet people who are like backpackers.
Yeah.
Finds the 3-bet. Dipper looks at 1.
A lot of people
Dipper looks at 2. Dipper folds.
nice. They're like being
It was a fun split while it lasted.
hanging out doing nothing, getting stoned on the beach or whatever. So it's nice.
4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. 296,000 chips for our short stack.
And then like everyone's always moving, so it gets a bit annoying after a while because you're like, oh, this person's here for 3 months and they're gone, you know. Make a friendship. Yeah. But I bet it's better than being somewhere where they don't meet anyone. So I'll take it, yeah.
7 races in total. 3 fold.
Ace Jack 9. Nice flop for Chris. Bottom pair and a flush draw. James with a gut shot of his own. You can see still 8 outs as the top right of screen. Sorry, top left of screen. Chris with a very quick call. To a turn we go. 6 of hearts is a brick. The best Chili Pepper song playing in the background. If you think otherwise, you're wrong. I'm sorry. Another check from Chris. James probably considering sizing very large here. Not too large, looks like 45k, and Chris isn't going to be going anywhere in a hurry seeing that size. To a river, which is another 6, so that pair of 9 still the best hand. Chris Lister says tripping. In what way? Oh, you guys are off your rockers. Zephyr song is the best Chili Peppers song for sure. James reaching for a third shell. 126k, 2/3. And he just lets it go. James gets away with one.
One time, yeah.
Shows the bluff. Alright then. If it's not Zephyr song, it's Soul to Squeeze. And if it's not Soul to Squeeze, what is it? And don't give me some mainstream answer. I don't want you to say that Zephyr song isn't the best one and then say that it's Californication or something. Like, come on. James has certainly been bluffing. Yeah, see, Under the Bridge is great, right? But it's not the best Chili Pepper song. Are you even a Chili Peppers fan if you say that's the best song? Or do you just like know 3 Chili Pepper songs total? Live pot here, blind be blind. King 10, 8, 2 spades. Yeah, see, it's not Californication, John. It's a great song, but it's not the best Chili Peppers song. Like, Fortune Faded could be in the conversation. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Yeah, Heyo's pretty good. I definitely prefer Tell Me Baby from that album, though. Another Queen on the river. Jack High's the best hand. Toby takes it down. It's... Chris reckons that the best Chili Peppers song is Californication. It's not Californication. Donkey says you've got the album on vinyl like the floor. Classic. Oh, JB on YouTube says Breaking the Girl or Easily. Yeah, they're two very good shouts. Breaking the Girl is actually amazing. Fantastic song.
Pre-race, 16,000.
King Jack for Chigs. John Rodden says, no, not the best. Well, what do you think's the best, Mr. Rodden? Thanks for tuning in. Hope to see you at the APL Million. All of you guys that are poker fans or Chili Peppers fans, make sure you like the video, follow us on Facebook and YouTube as Toby finds the cheeky Ace 2 soft suit 3-bet.
When were you in Ireland?
Last May.
May should be okay.
Yeah, I mean the weather wasn't too bad.
Yeah. It's often past few years it's usually when it's less
That's
weather.
what they said. They were like, come at the best time, like in the last like 10 months. This is the best weather.
Yeah. Everyone's like, because if you went in the winter, I'd be like, yeah, everyone's fucking miserable there.
I'm gonna have to listen to all of these Chili Peppers songs tomorrow at the gym. There are so many good ones that I forgot about.
Golf courses are nice though in Ireland.
Yeah. If you play golf, it's a good place.
Guys that up there, putting me up to like some of them are a fair drive away from Dublin, but
Yeah, also.
fucking beautiful, like green.
John says I need a dog sitter so I can play the main event flight 4 tomorrow. Well, I don't know if it's still a thing, but there's this place called Google, and most information in the world is at your fingertips. You can definitely utilize it to try and find a babysitter or a dog sitter or somebody to be able to make your life easier so you can fire a main event. Desecration Smile, People's Elbow. Throwing out the obscure Chili Peppers picks.
Where did you play?
Dealer changeover.
The nicest, I can't remember the nicest course that I played at. Back when I had the like on 4, it was like the course record holders title.
Okay.
I don't have internet here. Nah, I can't argue with that, mate. Fair enough. Don't do it then.
My friend used to work at one of the really nice ones. I think it's attached to a Conrad or something, but it might have been a different name.
Yeah, whatever this one was, it was like
All right, John, amazing. Hope to see you then.
it was just fucking crazy. Like nothing, never done anything like that. Anyway, yeah, before it's like playing.
Jack 9-4. Toby continuing his aggression and the best hand here, flopping top pair.
One place called the Cake Club. I think they've had loads of big Cake Clubs, like Ryder Cup.
Yeah, well, this course that I played, I think it's saying they had the Ryder Cup there.
Okay, yeah.
It might have been that one for sure. I played like 3 or 4.
Full course?
Ace 5 and Jack 4 to a flop. Neither player connecting. Let us know your other controversial music opinions in the chat. This bubble is going to go for quite a while, I would think. Nobody very short, so let us know what you have random takes about, and I'll tell you whether or not you're right or wrong. Especially if it's a band that I really like. I won't sugarcoat it. I'll tell you really bluntly. Dipper bets, takes it down.
What? Yeah, 1 sec. I'll also with queens against nines. Yeah.
All right, John, have a good night, mate. You have to wake up tomorrow morning and check to see whether or not Jigs could take it out.
Otherwise we'd be in the money. Someone ruined it. I was like on the button, I was like, finally a good fucking hand, and then he goes all in, and I was like, okay, let's lose.
You're ready to come.
Yeah, yeah.
You're coming.
4 raises 16 down.
Toby with the ace-jack suited finds the call. I think James is probably going to want to come along with queen 10 as well, so he does. What will the flop bring? Jack high.
5 checks, 7 checks.
Toby with the best hand. Dipper with the worst hand, but he's the one doing the betting.
So 5 raises 58 down. 7 calls.
John Park says, always had a disdain for Miley Cyrus, went down the rabbit hole and watched some amazing rock covers. She's got an incredible voice. That's very impressive for somebody who doesn't have internet. But I do agree. Some of the Miley Cyrus covers have been fantastic. Cover of Jolene, one of them, personal favorite of mine. Charles with the ace-8 in the big blind, 36 effective. Just decides to call. Jack 10-8. All diamonds, neither player with one.
I just residential, commercial, whatever. You know, whatever it is.
7 bets, 22
I
deals.
normally like to buy it and take it and approval. See what happens from there.
Something tells me that she was on the Talking Heads tribute album that came out last year. I could be wrong though. Don't think her cover was that good. Charles comes along with bottom pair. James in the lead right now. Retains the lead on the 10 of spades. Charles just 4 outs.
over here for?
Ends October.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah.
You gonna live here or?
Well, we kind of want to, but I'm too old to get another visa. A working holiday visa this one came on. And
Instead, it's another jack. It's an interesting one for Charles here because there's a lot of hands that he kind of chops with that would have checked the turn back with one diamond. So maybe James is going to size up pretty considerably here to try and get a hero from ace high. Wow, yeah, he's reaching very deep. Looks like 175k. And I also think this is a little bit interesting from James because last time he bluffed Charles, he found out that Charles was a little bit of a folder, so
Yeah, and then stay for a
not
while.
going to get any value though.
it gives you more than a year. It's only 6.5k. So I'll probably do that and we both get it. You can only work 24 hours a weekend, but like whatever.
Yeah.
He is already working to burn off the store if he needs to work.
And you better start winning some tournaments.
Yeah.
You'd be able to get cash work somewhere.
Yeah. We already know a place where one of our friends works. Which is
16.
Or is it 16,000?
Yeah.
16k from Dipper. Down to 445 with pocket fours. James on the button, Jack 10's going to come along. Oh, jigs 30 picks and sixes. Decides on a virtual all-in, it looks like. Makes it 208k, committing himself. Dipper folds and James will also.
I might be first.
Yeah. You have fair?
Red? 25k? 5.
What do you have?
What? Do we have food at the house?
No. With it like you did and hope I don't have it.
Five forward, 7 forward. One raise is 16.
Ace 9 for jigs in the small blind. He's just going to call after Charles open button. Chris with the 7-3 of clubs himself probably wants to call as well. And he does. To a flop we go. Queen 10-8. Ace high's in the lead. Couple of spades. Charles the only one with the spade, the king of spades. Checks it through. Another 10 to 10 of clubs, and Jigs and Chris both picking up flush draws.
2-3 bets, 21,000.
Chris really doesn't want to make a flush here.
On a 15-minute break at the end of this round. That's players will be freeze for a 15-minute break.
Does put in the call, 98k out there. The river, king of diamonds. So ace high is the best hand. Jigs bluffs it. Doesn't need to, but
Players in the APL
seals the deal in this hand anyway.
You now have a new blind level, 1200 to 2400. That's 24, 12, 24, 24. Next time down, please.
5 players left, 4
The
paid,
players
still
in
double.
the APLPT main event flight 3, you also have a new blind level. 1224, 24. 12, 24, 24. Next time down, please.
Ace 4 for Chris, Toby with the 8-7. Raising to 28k. Chris comes along. And flops 2 pair. Toby with a gut shot. Toby fires a bet. Wonder if Chris is going to set the trap or fast play this. Wouldn't be surprising to see him take either line, to be honest. I think against a player like Toby, who's definitely capable of having bluffs in a spot like this, you'd like to just give him some rope. I'm sure there are turn cards you're not happy to see, like a 6 or a king or a queen, but for the most part, a lot of them are going to be pretty good. He's holding a call, but something tells me he's going to reach for more. No, just a call. 108k. Oh my goodness, what on earth is that turn card? Toby drills the straight on the turn, and Chris could be in a lot of trouble. Toby just magically hitting this gut shot on the turn. Chris trapping his hand on the flop, probably to play it as a check jam on most turn cards, and I think this is a turn card that he's still going to do it on. Chris can't believe it. Massive pot, and Chris needs to find an ace or a 4 to stay alive. Absolutely disgusting turn card. What will the river bring? Oh my goodness. Sit back down, sir. Chris Anonos flips positions with Toby Joyce. Takes the chip lead. What an insane river. 11% one time, gets there, the 4 of clubs. Skyrockets Chris back up to 776k from the verge of being the bubble boy here. Look at Jigs and Charles, they can't believe it. Insane river. And we carry on the bubble.
Right, he is running hot today.
That's the last time, and then it was reverse it. But that's
Yeah, you're running my.
I was wondering why the card is going on the wrong side.
Just for the stream,
When you snapped on you, yeah.
You run so good.
one raises 16.
I will say yes.
Didn't you bleed now?
Four folds.
No.
Yeah, you probably are.
5 folds. 16.
G9, yeah, probably. I think I was chip leader.
Ace 10 for Charles, 8s for James. James electing not to just zip it on Charles here, puts in the call instead. Queen Jack deuce 2 spades.
Wow. That was insane. I got greedy, didn't I? I got greedy. I was thinking about raising the flop. Who's going to have a go on the turn regardless of what? But I didn't think that made you that. I folded a lot of hands to you so I could get you to bet the turn, right?
Yeah.
So I could jam on you.
Toby raising the ace 8. Has to adjust his playstyle a little bit here, given that he is no longer the overwhelming chip leader.
Did they show our hand where you bluffed me? Did you see what I had?
Yeah, 9-7.
Mate, if that was the 6 of clubs, you would have just hung yourself.
Well, man, as I said, I don't want to bet. That's a shit card for me to bluff, right? Because like, you're calling 2 streets. You most
Yeah, I
likely
might have an ace and you can't bet.
Yeah.
That's why I thought you'd check behind, right?
Yeah.
When I'm really tilted, you check behind.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like, under the gun, because I'm under the gun, I'm like, well, you can, like, when I triple it off, you can, be like,
Yeah, represent it.
like ace, queen, ace, king.
Ace Jack for Toby.
And I was hoping you were on a big ace. And the 6 of club comes or the 9 or something. My hand was very disguised.
Yeah, nice hand. Better than king 10 off anyway.
Yeah.
King Queen for Charles.
Yeah.
Takes it to 48k. Toby in the cutoff still covers Charles. So he could still choose to put his foot down if he thinks that's the right decision. What will it be? Looks like the non-all-in 4-bet is going to get made instead. Charles lets it go.
It's a little bit deserved, but I feel like based on my experience of poker tournaments, that I'm gonna win.
Yeah, when you cop 2 like that,
Yeah,
it's hard to
yeah,
think
yeah.
you're going to win the tournament.
Especially like, okay, one's like 80%, the other one's like 10. Yeah.
Five votes. 7 raises 16.
Ace King for James. Action folding around to Chris in the big blind.
You raise my blind every time. I don't know about that one.
No love.
Didn't feel that one.
From trying to say, yeah, really? It's like pop poker for you, isn't it?
Hey, always want me to come play, I play,
Yeah, fair enough. The buy-in's got to be fucking easy, eh?
Good luck,
I love it. Thanks, man.
James with 8s. Ready to Toby with the Queen 4 suited. Expect to see a flop here. Looks like that will be the case. King 9, 6, 2 clubs.
You have just over 3 minutes remaining on your lead. Players in the deep freeze, you may start retaking your seats. In the deep freeze.
Bets 14.
14K from James. Fold from Toby.
No, I was just making sure we go on break.
As we are going to head on a 15-minute break, guys, so we'll be back in roughly 15 minutes.
Players remaining in the deep freeze, you have just over 1 minute remaining before you resume. 1 minute remaining on your break or the deep freeze. Please start retaking your seats.
Welcome back, guys, as we continue our coverage of the Centurion final table. Down to 5 players. 4 players are paid, so we are still on the bubble.
See you, mate.
We've been on the bubble for about an hour, I want to say, so... These guys definitely feeling the effects of it, I would think. Charles and Jigs, I believe, are our 2 shortest players. We're just going to have to get clarifications on the chip counts. We can see the counts down the bottom of the screen for the payouts. Blinds up to 5-10. Chip leader is going to be Chris Anonos. I believe he's hovering around 70 to 80 big blinds right now. Looks like Charles is our shorty. 19 bigs. 756k for Chris. Action folding around to Toby. 8 deuce, not going to do it. Don't expect James to fold 7-8 suited though. He does fire in the call. The flop. 9-5, 4-2 clubs. James with a gut shot. Ace on the turn, giving Charles top pair and a 92% lock. I once heard a parody of this song, and ever since then I can't listen to it the same. James, Ace King suited. Toby's opened the Queen 10 offsuit though. Expect to see a 3-bet incoming. Up it goes. Toby very quickly relinquishing.
Right, players, just a reminder, we do have the Jack Star flip. If anyone is interested, Jack Star 1 in 10, $150. Quickest and easiest way to get yourself into the Jack Star. 1 in 10, $150 gets you into the Jack Star tomorrow. I think it's worth $1,500. If anyone is interested, raise your hand. Kate will be coming around. Send your details and your payments.
Toby, ace 9 suited. Raising to 20k. Folding 2 jigs with 10-7. 30 big blinds behind. Fires in the defend.
Blinds are now 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. All burger players and dealers. The main event, fly 3 big blinds are up. Classic.
Ace 8-6, couple of diamonds. Jigs with a gut shot. Toby with top pair. Should he improve to 2 pair with a 9 on the turn, it would be very bad news for him. Jigs does call a 1.4 big blind bet. Turn card. Oh my goodness, it is not Toby's day. That is a disastrous turn card as Jigs finds the lead
For the players, just like
of
that,
25,000.
6 tickets, 6 seats into our Jackstyle Flip. $150, 1 in 10, quickest and easiest way into our Jackstyle $150,000 guaranteed tournament.
It is a turn that's going to be better for Jigs' range. The manner in which he fired out one chip to bet 2.5 bigs, though, was very interesting, and I wonder how Toby is going to perceive it. Looks like he's not wasting any time. Puts in the raise to 70k. Is Jigs going to trap this? He does have the 7 of diamonds in his hand. And I guess it's a question as to whether or not he thinks that some 2 pair hands might fold. A hand like 8-9 suited. If he does jam. If he thinks that, then he should definitely just call. Looks like he is going to just call, so to a river we go. 273 out there, not that much behind the river. No, looks like it's actually a flop 3 bet from Jigs to 120. And wow, this looks so strong. Forgive me, guys. I thought that Jigs had just called, but he's actually min 3-bet this turn card. Toby's getting a pretty good price to call and see a river, but he is not loving it. He puts in the call. 323k out there. The river is another 8. Which does rule out a combo of sets. But Jigs wasn't representing a set on the turn, so really only representing 7-5 or 10-7. So when he jams here, I don't think Toby is going to be too stoked to see it. He jams and Toby leans forward, gets a look at his stack. He really only beats a6 that now jams river, but that's assuming that it doesn't check raise flop. He doesn't beat 9-8 anymore. He doesn't beat too much, he just beats a bluff. And I think it's going to be very difficult for Jigs here to have a bluff in this line. Even hands that chose to 3-bet bluff the turn like 8-7 improve to trips on the river that could potentially now bet for value. I think Toby is going to think this one through and come to the conclusion that there probably just isn't enough bluffs here. And with the 8 completing river, there's no longer either... I don't think there's any more hands that he actually beats for value. He chops with ace-9. That's not many hands. If he's a sicko, he may be able to find the fold here, but given how much he's got invested and the price he's getting, he's got to call 152k to win a pot of over 630, so he's getting a pretty good price.
Sold our first Jackstyle Flip in seat 1, 3, 6, 7, and 10
Better than
is
4 to
Dave.
1.
Seat 2 is Cassie, seat 4 is Michael, seat 5 is Steve, and seat 8
And I think
is
at
Vicky,
that
seat 9 is
count, you
Jonathan.
only have to come up with around 2.5 combos of bluffs. The issue is, can he? What do you guys think? Are we going to see a call or a fold here from Toby? I think he's probably going to lean the way of a fold, but it's a pretty sick one.
10-7 off. Seat 5 has 8-2 off. Seat 6 has Jack 8 off. Seat 7 has 10-4 off. Seat 8 has 9 deuce off. Seat 9 has 8-4 off. And seat 10 has Jack 3 off.
It wouldn't even shock me to see him flip a coin, to be honest.
The flop is 5, 6, 7 of diamonds.
But I do think that the more he thinks about this, the more he's going to realize that there just isn't enough hands here.
A 6 on the turn. A6 has trip 6s in seat 2. 5 on the river. That gives a full house. Seat number 2, Casey. Casey has won himself a Jackstar entry until tomorrow's.
I think Toby knows that he's beat. He's just struggling with the idea of letting go of the amount of chips that he's already put in. Look, though, the amount that's already in there, this would be a pretty sick fold. This isn't obvious, guys. Toby is very high up in his range. He has basically one of the best hands he can have as played. He really thinks that Jigsy only has 10-7 or 7-5 here. Does Jigsy call the 7-5 offsuit pre-flop? Does he call the 10-7 offsuit pre-flop? If that's the case, then there's 24 more combos to consider, making it 32 total. 32 combos of value, assuming that some of them don't check raise on the flop. We're assuming that all of them don't check raise on the flop. How many combos of bluffs are we looking at? That is the big question. And it's a question that Toby has been weighing up in his mind for the better part of almost 5 minutes now. Jigs hasn't gotten out of line at all on this FT. He's played pretty snug. He certainly hasn't played a hand in this way. Toby with about 200k total. If he makes this call, he's going to be down to 5 bigs. And he will be the clear short stack. Doesn't look like anybody else at the table cares too much to call time. Looks like they're just going to let him have all the time he wants. Charles is loving seeing this. Looks like he's called the clock on himself.
Such a big spot. Full clock on themselves.
Full clock on themselves?
Yes.
Alright. So you've got 30 seconds from there, from now.
Count down from 10.
We are down to the final 10-ish seconds. Is Toby going to make this call?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He folds. He lets it go eventually.
You gotta show me one.
If you're good enough, show some bluff, but I reckon it's pocket six.
You have to show. I showed like 3.
7-10.
Oh yeah, he has to show.
7-10 of diamonds.
He has to show it every day. It's up to him.
Jigs wins a nice one, but Toby holds on to 20 bigs. He is the short stack now, though, off the back of that hand.
There's just no way. Getting out of line. It's obviously a good spot. But I'm saying like,
Yeah.
you know.
Like if I'm not playing the hand, it's probably not. Like, perfect other. I'm like even now with some of the hands like high third, like ace eight and eight nine, 7 8, like yeah, 7.
Charles raising the ace king.
Because I was like, the only way is like if he has a straight, if he voted up on the road.
Yeah. I was like, oh, nice, the board is third.
Jigs immediately putting the chips to work, three-betting the king jack offsuit.
Yeah, for him to click back on the turn, it actually has to be 17 of diamonds. So not just 17.
I mean, you get 5-7.
Or 5-7 of diamonds.
Who's in the big line, right?
Out comes the jam, the very quick fold from Jigs. Charles up to almost 30 bigs. Toby,
Yeah.
our new shorty.
60 is so quickly. And he's raised that.
If he jams the turn, you call? No, when he bet 60, whatever it
Yeah,
was.
you can't fold on his turn. If he jams, there's no way
get
to
it.
fold.
Fuck.
You don't fold the turn, right? Like to a check. Yeah, you're not happy about it. You can't fold it.
Yeah, exactly. Like beating things.
Yeah.
But when they came in 8, I was like, so many things that I don't beat now, so I'm fucked. You know? And I could think of, I think I counted like 53 value combos, and I was like, I can't focus on one way. 27 or whatever.
John 7-7 king. Chris with the best hand, but very vulnerable against the ace 10 of clubs. James with the flush draw as well as all of the counterfeit outs. See if he's able to get there on the river. ISO CBR saying the only person capable of bluffing is James. What's he doing here? He plays Triton, who should be playing the WSOP. So we see the ace on the river. James gets there. It's not just James at this table, mate. Toby played the 25k 6 max at the WSOP no more than a week and a half ago. Yeah, I think there's a slight issue in the chip counts, David, but we'll make sure my team fixes that on the break. I don't think I have any. I don't have any control on being able to fix that, unfortunately. So. I've just let the team know about the chips potentially being incorrect. So I'm hoping they may be able to do something about it. But as of right now, we probably won't see any changes for 20 minutes, given there is a 20-minute delay. No, thank you for letting us know. Definitely much prefer to know about it than to get to a point where the heads up and the chip counts are like 3 million off. I'm like, what's going on? Hope you guys are having a wonderful Thursday night, by the way. If you're enjoying the coverage, if you are, don't forget to like the video on Facebook.
Oh, fuck.
What a show off.
You sick or something?
I got so much respect for you on that. Hey, I haven't picked on you. I've had a well-balanced range of value and bluff.
So unfortunately, no, I won't be. I actually have a prior engagement that I won't be able to miss out on, so I'll try and arrange for somebody else to be in the booth for the Adelaide series.
You know what I was like thinking in my head? I was like, have you sized up here like so you can just like full bet jam? Like I had
Ah, thanks, mate. Appreciate the kind words. I most definitely will be there for the entirety of the APL Million, though. I'm very, very, very excited about that series. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not so sure what people are doing. Like, I was watching the 250K FG yesterday, and like, at one point people are opening like bigger, and then they're free-handed, and the antes effectively were more, and then they were pinning again.
Ace, King, and Queen 10, blind be blind.
Alright players, we have 3 seats left for our second Jackstar flip. If anyone is interested, $150, 1 in 10, 3 seats remaining, 2 seats remaining.
No, honestly, I could put him in that, but I don't want to. Like, he hasn't been playing that long, and they're going to be under pressure. Like, yeah. I just feel like if he starts playing things, essentially, because I have the money for it, that like it's like not a natural progression in terms of I'll take it.
Both of us.
Yeah, I get you. Like, I just feel like if he wants to play, I want to like work his way up.
Yeah, chuck him in high rollers.
Dan Reed reckons this Charles guy is a massive fishy.
Thank you, held on.
I'm pretty confident, Dan Reed, that this Charles guy would absolutely destroy you in poker. Thanks for the kind words, John. Thanks for being a part of the Red Hot Chili Peppers conversation earlier. A couple 6s and a 4. Charles with the best hand with 10s. Wow, Charles checking back. 3 of clubs.
Yeah, I used to work for a few years ago,
trying to induce a bet from Chris on this turn card because Chris is known for reaching out and stabbing. Looks like this is no different. Plan working out for Charles.
Yeah, exactly. 33. Like online, he just played.
Here goes the call.
He only just started playing 5 dollars. Yeah.
7's interesting. Does complete a 5 on this river. Clubs brick. And Charles still beats a lot of one pair hands. Probably thinks that going to be using a much larger size of the 5, so clicks in the call and takes himself up to almost 40 bigs.
Scary for you, mate.
No fear there. I would refuse to play you at 08 as well, Dan Reed. That game is boring. And also, I'm not very good at any kind of poker, so I can talk about it. That's about it.
Somebody don't start folding. Yeah. And then like this guy was right now, the guy was raised by saying he went all the way with 10. But I was like, at least he could
Some of the reasons yeah, I mean that's like recreational, like first thing to do is just gold to mid cash.
Yeah.
So the fact that he didn't
and I'm like, it's a massive field tournament. I don't want you to think that.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, those
Why
things
you
are only
doing the
worth
half a million?
Yeah, they're only worth it because of the money that's up top.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's like one tournament, like in like one of these like mid cash suite, it's like 3x.
Yeah.
And that thing is it's usually like 1.3x.
It might have been. It might be 1K now. Like maybe they're trying to spread the money more.
Miss a few chips out of your hand, or-
He had ace 10 suited. I had 6-2 on.
I agree that Do 7 single is one of the most fun games ever made, but Do 7 triple? Don't know if I can agree with you given it is fixed limit.
You gotta run with it.
Any limit game disqualifies itself from being able to be called the most fun game ever. John Park asking how many runners did they get for the Centurion. In the top right of screen, you can see 23 entries, 5 remaining. I'll tell you what, Patrick, I'll get in the mixed games when you learn how to play Hold'em.
Alright, we have sold the flip number 2 for the Jackstar. Seat 1 is Dave, seat 2 is Michael, seat 3 is Sam, seat 4 is Scott, seat 5 is Ember, seat 6 is Dave, seat 7 is Michael, seat 8 is Michael R, seat 9 is Michael, and
10-3.
seat 10 is Dave.
I have a feeling that the aggression factor is going to be the leading cause of winning this hand here.
Seat 1 has 8
Ten Reed says, who doesn't love
Two
PLO
has
6
8
6 max
four
double
off,
board
seat
bomb
3
pots?
has 7 9 off, seat 4 has 10, sorry, Jack 4 off.
Anyone with a brain.
Seat 3 off, seat 8 has
Nah, jokes aside, I've heard some pretty wild stories about that game. It legitimately just sounds like punting. I'd much rather go play UTH or something.
Ever taken, I reckon?
No, if I'm in a situation...
Patrick says, I'll have you know that I have one No Limit Hold'em trophy, you nerd. I'm retired now. Use something starting with R.
You can make your own mind up.
Yeah, that's why I call it
Because it's the
The
bubble.
Jack of Spades on the turn.
Because it's the bubble and everything, mate.
I don't mind...
No, when
When
the
the
Two on
clock
the
gets
river.
called,
Gives C8
at least you've got to
points.
make a decision, right?
yeah.
Michael R,
You
congratulations.
usually get the best life rate when the clock comes anyway, so it's like, let's go.
No Limit Hold'em is an easy game. Just click buttons, hit outs, easy. That's bait. 943. Is that Kalen? Dan Reed, are you Kalen? 6 on the turn. Both of these guys improving. James with the best hand. And 3 on the river, and I have a feeling that James is going to make a little bit of money here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
King 6, no good. James up to 842,000. He is that chip leader.
If I raise your big blind, you just gotta fold it.
You just need a 6 on the river there and
I know. It's fireworks.
fireworks. He gets his wish. I'm value betting like a fucking moron.
Yeah, look, the Misreg factor in Hold'em, I can't disagree with you. It's definitely a thing. Tell you what, if we're at a series together and we both have the ability, I will play a mixed game tournament with you. Purely to try and stop you from winning the trophy. Toby's been the most active. Understandable given he was the chip leader for so long. Dan, what have you got against Charles, apart from him being better at poker than you? Tell me your secrets.
Alright, is there any more interest in one more Jack stuff there?
James with 10s. Could just jam it in on him here. ICM spot's kind of gross given how short Toby is.
There's the classic at the end of that hand comes raise your blinds. 2K, 4K.
Looks like he's going to not only 3-bet. No, should I just say 3-bet? Up to 100k.
4 in the classic.
Quick fold from Jigs.
Dealers and players in tonight's flight of the main event. Please raise your blinds at the conclusion of the stand. You're now on 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. And it's 2K, 4K with a 4K ante. Next hand out, please.
Toby with ace 4. Maybe feels like he should be jamming this, but given it's the bubble, maybe he feels like he shouldn't. Interesting one. I will let you guys know that his stack is ever so slightly shorter than what it says on the screen. Looks like he's going to make it 85. He puts most of his stack in. Takes it down. Everybody have a moment of silence for Dan Reed. He doesn't like Charles because Charles busted him in a tournament once. Yeah, I've alerted the production team, guys. They're doing everything they can to adjust it. Given what you're seeing on screen is on a 20-minute delay, no changes will actually be noticeable until 20 minutes after I mentioned it. But I have received word that it was a 30k discrepancy in Toby's stack. James puts in the 3-bet here. Dipper, pocket queens. Toby is just sitting there praying that somebody busts. He's only got around 125k. Less, even 115. What's Chris gonna do here? 50 bigs effective. Just calls. King 9 and queens. What will it be? Hello there. King 7-5. Chris hates that. Just one out. Dan Reed says, if Charles wins this tournament, I will learn boring old no limit. Oh no. Anyway, 45k from James. Quick call from Chris. Turn card. Ace of diamonds. Neither player with one. David saying that's a suicide flat three. I don't think I agree with you. It's definitely pretty tight, even on the bubble, but given how short Toby is, I don't hate it. The river is the deuce of hearts.
The Jack Star Tournament for just $150.
I think Dipper should just check again with his hand, and he does. James shows down the king. And Dipper actually gets out of that one relatively unscathed. Obviously not loving losing that many chips, but still over 40 bigs. Still cruising along. What's everybody's plans for the weekend? Hope you're going to be going down to Kedron-Wavell to play the Jack Star tomorrow. See, the issue ISO is that Toby's sitting there with 11 bigs. If he 3-bets pre and gets jammed on, yuck. Ace Queen 8. Jigs with the best hand, Chris checking back. Third card. 7. John will probably head down there if he gets a dog sitter. Dipper takes that one down. Toby, 15 bigs. That number is incorrect. It's more like 12. 10 now, given the amount of chips he's got in there. Amazing, Patrick. I'll see you there. Just kidding. I would love to attend, but I'm going to be busy chatting nonsense with you folks. Jigs Queen 8. Probably shouldn't raise, given how short Toby is, but it looks like he will. Out of the way goes Chris. What is Toby going to do? Oh, Ace 6. This is close. Crux BSK says Jackstar will be a juicer. Jeez. That is wild to read. With all the Giga Pros at WSOP. Who, in your mind, sir, is a Giga Pro? Because I've never heard that term before. Jab from Toby. Jigs gets out of the way.
I don't want it to go.
This commentator should teach Charles. He seems to know what he's doing. My friend, I guarantee you that Charles is better than I am at poker. I would wager a sum of money that he is definitely a better tournament player than I am. What did you pull, Patrick? Don't just say that and not give us the goss. Was it one of the new packs or was it something older? I know all you D-gens love your Pokemon. 6-5 suited for Toby. Very pretty hand, not so pretty given how many chips he's got. I think he's only playing with around 15 blinds, and James with Ace-King is not going to be folding if he does elect to run it here. You can see the odds are relatively close, 41% to 59. He puts in the call. Is James just going to mack it in, or is he going to try and induce something here? It would shock me to see him make it something like 2.5 to 3 bigs. Three big blinds it is. Toby probably feels like he can't be folding 6-5 suited yet, but he's not feeling too happy about it. Wait, you pulled an Umbreon? That's pretty sick. What are we going to see here from Toby? Wow, he does fold. There you go, ladies and gents.
I had a good hand, but I'm not sure if it's meant to call it.
Well, there you go. He had a good hand, but he wasn't sure whether he should call it or not. And he says probably meant to call. We can see that pre-flop, purely hand strength-wise, he made the right decision, but his hand's still performing very well against Ace-King, so we'll never know. King Jack for Jigs is going to raise it at 20k under the gun. Action folding around to Charles, no doubt mucking the 6 deuce. Down it goes. Toby, 17 blinds, but that's actually more like 14 blinds. As always, guys, if you have any questions for me, please feel free to send them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them. They could be about anything from poker to life to anything in between. No promises that you'll get a good answer, but I'll try. Ooh, Toby with the ace-5 suited. Probably going to want to put chips in here. It's just a matter of whether he's going to be jamming or just raising. Blind still at 5k, 10k. Looks like he's going to put most of them in. Now, the reason that these guys do this is because in case there is action, like jam, re-jam, he can fold and potentially get a ladder. We can see that another 5 is going to be killed. John Park asks, what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object? You know what a black hole is? In goes the call from James. The other two guys are going to get out of the way. Toby has left himself crumbs behind. Chips aren't all in just yet. Ace 10, sorry, Queen 10, 7. Toby still has around 6 bigs behind, so maybe not even 4 bigs. He can definitely just check this one. And if he gets jammed on, it's going to suck. In goes the remainder. Given the price that he's getting, I wonder whether or not he is going to consider putting in the call to potentially hit one of 3 aces, but I don't think the odds are there. We can see he's actually got 1%, so it's not looking too good. Wouldn't shock me to see him fold. It's about as bad as flop as you could possibly get with ace 5 of diamonds. We've seen people spin up smaller stacks than this, so if his best hope at winning the tournament is to probably fold and stay alive. Crowd going mild at the outer tables, he does let it go. Staying in this one, 45k behind. Oh dear, Constant. Questions are welcome, but I can't promise you're going to get an appropriate answer. 8-handed, another gun min raises. Folds to hero on the button with 3.5 bigs, ace 9 suited. Second last stack around 15. So you're 11.5 big blinds shorter than the next shortest player. Let me know if that's correct. You're the clear shortest by 11.5 bigs. If we confirm that, then I can give you the answer. Well, my answer. I don't know if it's right, but we'll find out. Toby with Jack 8, 4.5 bigs. Probably on the cusp. You probably take Jack 9. Let's it go. James, ace 6 offsuit. Can really put some pressure down given how short Toby is. Could almost open any 2 here. He's got 1.1 million. Given... I'll answer it once this hand finishes, Constant, so I don't get anything mixed up with what's happening. Deuces. Ace 6. Let's see a flop. King, Queen 3. Not good for deuces. I mean, no flop's going to be good for deuces unless you hit a deuce. In goes the bet. Deuces gets folded. Constant, back to your question of guarding. So just one more time. 8-handed, another gun min raises. Folds to hero on the button with 3.5 big blinds, ace 9 suited. What's the play? Given you are the shortest by 11.5 big blinds, there's actually not much ICM implication on you specifically. Because you're clearly the shortest and a double isn't actually going to... Like, no other players are in immediate risk. Your hand is probably just to get in, especially if the player under the gun is loose. So I would not be folding ever in that spot.
If we were in the money, mate, it would have been straight in place.
Feels like a mandatory jam. I mean, you could make it 3 bigs in case it goes jam call, but like, not really. Ace unsuited's way too good. Toby waking up with 7-3 offsuit and a chance to see a flop for free. Merry Christmas. Jigs takes the lead and Toby just 3% to win. Checks it over to Jigs. 25k snap fold. Good work, Dan. Something about a broken clock. Those are the players that were at this final table. Chinton Matthew were not able to continue, neither was Michelle. It's just down to these 5, and these 5 are still on the bubble. Or should I say the Michael Bublé. Toby Joyce is trying to find a Michael Dublé to stay alive here. Hasn't had much luck so far. Jigs King 4. Folds. Dipper won't be folding. Race to 20k. Toby. Drum roll. 10-9 offsuit. We can see that he's only got around 20k total in his stack. Hand is probably good enough. Maybe. No, he decides to fold. Queen 3 suited, going to be defended. Ace, Queen 9. Gut shot for Chris. James with middle pair. Bet from Chris. Don't think James is going to be going anywhere for one streak just yet. And in goes the call. Turn card is a 3. Everything going James Hopkins' way at the moment. Jack on the river.
Alright players, we are running our Jack start clip over on table number 8 if you would like to come watch. Alright, seat 1.
James betting 5.7 bigs, roughly half pot.
Michael once again. Seat 5 is Bumble, seat 6 is Maverick, seat 7 is Cooper.
Chris is probably a bit tired of getting pushed around by these guys. He feels like he needs to fight back in one way or another. This would not be the good time to do it though, and he's kind of handcuffed given how short Toby is. He's going to be forced all in about 4 hands. Looks like he's reaching for the call, and it goes no good. James keeps climbing 1.2 million. He's got over half the chips in play now.
Turn is a 6, which means trip 6s for seat 4 at the moment. And also seat 6, trip 6s for seat 3 to the river. And the river is an ace. Seat number 3, Jonathan Cross. You have won yourself into the Jack start. Congratulations.
As we do get clarification on the chips being slightly out there. Does have 19k. James with pocket 8s. $35k and a fold. Adam, that is an amazing amount of praise. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Dan reckons we need Martin Cabrel on this FT. Then we'd have to change out the marked cards every 3 orbits. Toby just one hand away from potentially having to put his entire stack in the middle. 6-3 offsuit. He's going to have to wait one more. He will be forced all in next hand. John Park says, many years ago I played some juicy cash games with Lissandro and Cabral in Prague. I don't think you could have just said two names that are any more different from each other as far as poker players.
You guys have the worst price now.
Well, Toby and his 7-5 is going to have to try and get there here. It's like Charles is going to put in the call with ace-4. Oh, ace-queen for Chris Anonos.
I didn't even get a fucking triangle.
He's got 27 bigs. He's just going to come along as well. Jokes aside, Toby's actually not looking too bad here to potentially find a quadruple up to 79k.
I want to tell me just open like 4x or something.
Let's see the flop. King 10 deuce is not good. Toby is going to need a miracle. Running 7-5, running 7-7, 5-5. Better 20k from James. Fold. Call from Chris. Chris really wanting to hit a jack. Another deuce instead, and Toby will be our bubble boy.
Yeah, you get blinded all in all the time.
Oh my god. He does.
James reaching. James firing.
So I can only have a 2. Now it's dead.
And we say GG to Toby Joyce, finishing in 5th position.
Well, it became King of Hearts. I get my money back.
Good game, team.
Yeah.
He is the bubble boy in this
Any other time,
2.5k
great.
Centurion event here at the APLPT at Kedron-Wavell. These guys are officially in the money.
Raise and then hit.
So let the games begin.
5-7 hits the 7 and.
Did the 7 come out there?
No, but if let's say I raise, right, then he ends up
keep
winning.
playing? Is that just keep playing or?
Yeah.
I want to keep playing.
Just a quick minutes break for the chip count.
Oh, okay, we'll just
Close the clock at least?
Yeah, we will.
Nah, mate, keep the 60-minute levels. Just keep it going. Oh wait, you were going to be in the blind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was about to change levels.
So it looks like we are going to take a very quick break just to sort some things out.
Don't take
Tim Lindsay wants CBJ back in the booth for Adelaide. Look, Tim, I'm not a fortune teller, but I reckon you should keep your eyes peeled on some updates regarding CBJ potentially coming to a booth near you, but we'll have to see. I will also say that it's very funny the amount of times people have called me Corey. I think there was a period of about 18 months where I hadn't commentated with Corey. And people were commenting, "Oh, Corey, it's so good to hear your voice." And I'm like, do we sound similar? I I really don't think so. But who knows? Maybe we are. We're basically the same person. Just one of us is really good at poker. And the other one is named Jordan. Wait, you're not Corey? No. I'm not Corey. I'm not that attractive. Patrick, that is a needle that I did not see coming. Who even said you could talk anyway? As we pause for a bit of a quick break. And in they come. Coda, you can't be greedy, mate. I know you're a tournament online crusher now, but you can't be greedy and have him all to yourself. That's messed up. Beauty like that needs to be shared.
I don't want fucking Toby's seat.
No swearing,
that
Dipper.
was a good seat, the poor bastard.
Oh yeah, just you can stay 2 meters.
Alright. Look everyone. Very nice.
Alright,
well
guys,
done. Well done.
I'm on that.
So I don't know if you guys heard, they said that the latest way to play is
2 o'clock. That's fine. I think let's play till 2.
Yeah.
2 or
And then evaluate tomorrow.
What'd you say?
Evaluate.
So it's a bit small.
Yeah.
Right.
That is terrible, Patrick.
Yeah.
All one go.
So
Yeah, verbal.
I'm going to tell you what I told John earlier.
Check your cards first.
Google is a free platform you can utilize, and it has the world's information at the tip of your fingers.
I was
Isn't that the small
big
one?
line,
because
yeah.
it's button, and then that small big line. Yes.
Yeah, I was small, yeah.
Right. 5,000, 10,000.
And so let four-handed begin. One of these stacks is not like the others.
Why can't there be a jack?
James Hopkins has
One time.
like 60% of the chips in play four-handed, so
Give me a full double. King Jack you had, and Ace Queen.
Oh yes. I don't want to give you.
Just 5 is all in. 7 fours.
You don't want to give me a full double, eh? Okay.
jam from Chris, fold from James. Yeah, we can see James 1.304 million.
I've had enough, mate. I'm going home. Or I'm going to be chip leader again very soon.
But one raise is 35. 7 fours.
Raise from Charles. James gets out of the way.
Five fours. 7 raises 20.
King Queen for James, King 7 for Charles. I'm so proud of you, Patrick. I didn't know you could read. Jig 6-2 suited. Should definitely defend, but let's it go. B-pip counts.
Now we're talking. Yeah. I won't tank.
We're not going to take.
Yeah, I'll play
Me
great.
either.
Yeah.
Kings and Ace 9. Jack 7-3, couple of hearts, another player with one. I have to think that James is going to get at least one street of value here. Nope. And the blinds have ticked up to 6K, 12K. All of these shorties just got a lot shorter. Only player north of 35 big blinds is James. And he's just got a little bit more than that. Just a little bit more than that. He's got like 3 times that amount. We'll remind you guys that we'll be playing until roughly 2 AM local. So an hour more, excuse me. At which point we will bid you farewell and return tomorrow. 10s for Charles, jigs, ace jack. Calls, James comes along as well with the 6-4 suited. Let's see a flop. Hello there. Ace 7-4, jigs comes out on top. James with a lot of stuff going on though. Bottom pair back to a flush draw, back to a straight draw. Charles in no man's land. Got a 26K from Charles, a call from Jigs. James's bottom pair with all the backdoors comes along. Turn card is one of those backdoor cards. 5 of clubs. James now with an open ender and bottom pair. What's Charles going to do here with 10s? Check. Snap check from Jigs, and the river is a 10. Wow. Charles, how'd you do that one? Magic trick. Gonna make a rivet set appear. What size is he gonna choose now? When everything checks through on the turn, he probably feels like his opponents are relatively capped. So it's gonna be a little bit difficult to try and extract value, though he has to try. He has basically the nuts here. It's very rare that James would check a straight on this river, but we've seen James find the check jam as a bluff more than once, so maybe that's the plan. Jigs. Flicks in the call with this pair of aces. Snap fold. And the 10s get shown, and a bit of a wry smile there from James. Jigsy can't believe it. He slips down to 17 bigs. Charles up to 50. He is comfortably sitting second now. Both Chris and Jigs sub 20 blinds.
I saw the table lift when that 10 came, mate.
Oh,
Got a hard on.
Oh, that's so good.
I guess we are past midnight, so we can allow Dipper to say things like that, but I don't condone it. Think of the children, Dipper.
Got 10. 100%.
Motherfucker is fucking smart.
Motherfucker. Either that or ace 10, but even then, I think 10s was a card.
Everybody knows everything. Everybody just has stone reads on everybody, I promise. Everybody's right all the time. Ooh, James cock at kings. Charles 9-7. James gonna try and limp. Tries to set the trap. No dice. Queen Jack 7. Charles is going to have to pay 1 flop. $20K. Charles's pair of 7s. Dan, about the turn bet from Jigs. It's interesting because it's such a good turn for a big blind defense. So, and he could also still be behind. Charles was a very interesting raise here in a limped pot. Definitely don't recommend this one against an uncapped range. James puts in the call. And that is not a good turn card for Charles. So we got a 10 once. Maybe he can do it 2 hands in a row. Check, check, river. Not to be. 4 of spades. Wonder if James is going to choose a very sneaky size to try and induce something here from Charles. Something like 25K could be. No, he's just going to go the other end of the spectrum. A very, very large size. Goes about 90% pot. He's been the most active pre-flop raiser. He's got the most chips now. Raise a 25 from Chris. Ace 8 offsuit, no action. Charles with King 10. He's going to jam on the shorties. I love this. Fold, fold. Very well played there, Charles. Applying the pressure when he has to. Queen 9 for Chris. James with ace queen. I wonder if we're going to see the 3 big blind size come out. Slightly larger. Quick fold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, all dealers in the main event, please start retaking your seats. That is all dealers, please retake your seats in the main event.
Chris with the ace-7, 17 bigs, decides just to raise. James, queen-10 offsuit. Looks like he's going to come with the call. Charles, king-9, probably going to be doing the same. Expect this one to go three-way pretty often. Looks like that will be the case. The flop. Jack 8-3. Ace high still the best hand. James with a gut shot. Double gut shot now, but Chris has improved.
Players remaining in the main event, you are welcome to start reaching your seats. You have just under
31K.
Once again, as all players.
No, 30,000. And James doesn't even think about it. He just instantly lets go of the double gutter. Well played. You guys in the chat still awake? Let me know who you guys want to see come back and fight heads up against James here, because I have a feeling he's going to be the one that's going to be there waiting. 1.4 million is going to be a pretty difficult amount to claw back. I've been wrong before though, and I will be wrong again. Charles jamming. Very aggro, very nice jam here. Jig's the clear shorty now. 12 big blinds. Clinton reckons Charles v. James. It's looking that way at the moment, but anything can happen. Jig's ace-9. Have to be thinking this is going to be a good luck moment. And it goes. Queen-7 suited for Chris. It's not actually too bad. Barty, let's go.
The first one was a queen, 7.
Players and dealers in the main event, you have new bar level 2,500, 5,000, 5,000 McDonald T, 2.5, 5,500 dealers, please begin to deal. This is your last 2 levels of play for this one.
24,000.
King 8, Charles raising. James flicks in the defend. Charles c-betting ace high, gets it through. Really fantastic music selection in the venue, I must say. Don't Stop Me Now is a banger. Shout out Gold Skull on Twitch. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good evening. Queens for James. Chris with the king queen. Raises to 25k. It's actually a really gross spot for him here, given how short Jigsy is. Because he's going to get 3-bet, and he's probably going to feel like king queen is too good of a hand to be folding, but no, he just snap lets it go. Wow.
King queen. For you it will.
See Jigs with 14 bigs, Chris with 18.
Nearly jammed too, I'm thinking. No, not there. I've opened it.
How much you have? Yeah, like
200. 20 odd.
that's discipline play.
Yeah, it was.
I like it.
If I fold, check fold.
Jigs rewarded with a walk.
Do you have the best? Huh? You have the best by ratio of the flop.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I get too close to the flop, I'm not really eager.
I knew the 10 was coming.
I should fucking fire the second one. Barrel it.
Yeah, just barrel on the third.
That's a fucking
And he calls all the way and he's just like, are you fucking
yeah, pretty much.
You just barrel into two people who are calling up.
Yeah.
If you barrel on the third, I'm gonna go. I had a gut shot him back door.
You checked the turn. Why did you bet that? You still would have taken the turn.
Jigs with king 3 offsuit.
You gotta bet that turn.
Puts in the limp. Too short, he's going to go to war here. Jack 9 deuce. King high's in the lead, but Chris with an open-ended straight draw. $25k and a call. Repeat Jack. Another 25k. Another call. 136 out there, less than a pot size bet behind. The river is a 5. What's Jigs gonna do here? Chris, you can't check back. You have to bluff this. He will.
Sorry.
58k. And Jigs' king high seems somewhat intrigued by this.
Beat the bet 8.
You what?
Beat 17.
Okay, good. That's what
Announces
you
that he
can beat.
beats 10-8.
Then that's good for me.
Oh, wow. You are.
He shows the 10-8 and Jigs slips down below 10.
See, you can't get angry at me for bluffing.
Mate.
That's a devious bluff, that one. It's like called your hand and everything.
Yeah, he did.
Still bonded.
He did. That was a good thing, actually.
If he's like, I can't beat aces, you're like, fuck,
Yeah,
he's
fuck.
gonna call.
You have 9? Yeah. Centurion's on it.
Jam from Jigs with the ace-jack offsuit. Nobody wakes up with a hand to call, though.
That's right. I'm gonna call you with king high.
Nah, you won't.
I will.
We did it, so.
You didn't have bolt. So you just
When I call you the turn, you shit your pants.
No, it doesn't have to be that.
You just got to put 25 out on the river, and I fold. Or jam on you, I don't know yet. But
That'd be very impressive.
yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta jam.
You just have to wait.
People are too scared to. You just gotta find it. You gotta put what I always say is you gotta put yourself in the positions where like you think about when you like bet 20 value and then someone like check jam.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah, what have they got? They've got to have it, right?
yeah, you gotta put those people in those spots. Sorry.
James with 9s. Finds the 3-bet to 100. Jigs opened the Queen Jack. He's getting 3-bet.
Did you beat 10-8?
He can beat 10-8, but he still has to fold.
One time. That's a lot of one times.
Yeah,
There is a lot of fucking.
you didn't even show me one. I've shown you like 4.
Can you even show the 10-7?
No,
you
he doesn't.
No, he showed it
He
7.
showed the 7.
We knew what he had.
But when you shows a 7, you know that he has the 10-7 or the 5-7.
It had to be the diamonds too, so it's like. It's your fault.
It's because
You could have jammed, but you would have just snapped.
Yeah, then you
We
would
would
have
have cheered
lost.
up the river. Everyone cheers on the river.
6-5 ball. 6-7 raise 25.
James raising for 25k. Charles gets out of there with King 8. Jigs Queen Deuce suited. Finds the defend. He doesn't need a 3. That is not a good flop for him. Queen high, no good. Check. Turn is the Ace of Hearts. $20k. And a quick fold from Jigs. He slips down to 6.8.
calling it already, huh?
James Ace 7 offsuit. Over to Chris, Queen Deuce suited. Puts in the call. King, Queen 7. Chris with the best hand right now. James has improved though, pair of 7s. Check, turn card is the 8 of spades. Another check from Dipper. River. Oh my goodness. It really just keeps going James's way, doesn't it? Chris betting 25k. James reaching, raising.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dipper can't believe it. Slips down to 11 bigs. James up at 1.6.
Nice. Nice flop. Pretty good, pretty good. I was like... Yeah, I was actually using auto as a flop. And I was like, do I flop now?
Jigs jamming ace-5. James with a pair of, with king-7 offsuit doesn't make the call.
No, you just have kings, that's it.
Yeah, just kings. Turn a set.
As it nears 20 past 1 local time.
You are running much. Really have to. You run half the tournament.
Jigs rips in king 10. James weighing the options up with king jack. Passes it up and Charles snaps it off with 5s. Charles with an opportunity to get his heads up. Oh, sorry, to get his 3-handed, should I say. 9-3 deuce is safe for the 5s. Jigs needs a king or a 10. King was already folded. Turn card. Queen adds some extra outs by way of a jack. What will the river bring? The repeat 9, and we say GG to Jigs Reyes, finishing 4th for $6,730. GG's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, Zipper.
Yeah. Well done, Charles. About time you fucking
You ought to be out earlier, bro.
You were running good in the all-ins on this FP, man. I knew those parts were all-ins.
After the fucking night set.
Yeah. We're all so
Blasted into it.
Yeah.
He's got some ones.
Raise from James with 6s, takes it down. Oh, Charles a6, Chris with queens. He rips it in. Don't think Charles is going to be folding, and he puts in the call. A6 against queens.
All right, good game, boys. Charles has been running.
And the pre-good game is announced.
Do we do like the...
Charles hasn't lost an all-in yet, that's correct, so...
Just let me fucking win one.
Jack 10-9's a good flop for queens. Needs to fade an ace and an ace only. How about an ace? River card is a 7, and we say GG's to Chris Anonos. Charles finds another elimination, and we are heads up in the 2.5K Centurion.
Do you want to do anything here with like the like blind levels or anything? Or
I don't know.
because I mean like
I'm happy to cut it down to like 30 minutes.
Because we've got under an hour that we've got to play, and like how deep you know you're like.
We'll play 30 minutes and then maybe cut everything down to 30. But I don't think I don't know.
Because we have to leave it too, so we'd be coming back for a heads up.
I'd rather just play.
You'd rather what?
Well, I'm happy to cut down to 30 minutes. So I'll play 30 minutes.
Yep.
Can we do that or?
Yeah, man.
They want to finish this blind level and then go down the third.
Yeah, that's completely fine as long as you both agree. As soon as you do that, you have no recourse for
Yeah, that's fine.
So just checking, like, if we're still playing, you're happy to come back tomorrow?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You'd rather do that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Sounds like we are going to keep playing, but we're going to slightly reduce the blinds. Charles happy to come back tomorrow. James sounds like not so much. He'd rather just get it over with. Can't really blame him. Don't know if I'd want to drive all the way back here. Especially if you're coming back to play heads up. Looks like he's going to reach and raise. King 3 for James. So we get these cameras sorted. Charles fires in the call. Queen Jack 4. Charles with an open ender. James with just king high. Turn card is a 10. Charles improving to the best hand. James needing an ace or a 9. Charles folding bottom pair and an open ender. That seems very, very tight, especially heads up. King deuce and 8-6. $1.6 to 600K. Yeah, David, I really don't know what the thought was there for Charles. Ace 8 for Charles, 9-5 for James. Raise and a fold. We're well over 50 bigs effective, so this could go for quite a while. I would get comfortable until the very end of today's play. We've got at least another half an hour to go, so Or should I say at least another hour to go. Charles is King Jack. He's going to raise it up. James, let's go with the 7-3.
Are you playing Jack Stuff tomorrow? Depends what happens with this, I guess. You?
Jack 7, King 10, limp from Charles. Expect James to raise this one up.
6-7 raise 36.
Takes it north of 36k. Charles going to continue the Jack 7. Let's see a flop. Nine and a couple of fives, 2 spades. Bet and a quick fold.
What time's the start tomorrow?
I'll probably reg it later.
Yeah, I mean, I was probably going to just reg day 2 if I was going to play. But I mean, like, if we were still playing and I was back here, like, after we finished, I'd play.
Thanks, David, for tuning in. Hope you have a great rest. Raise to 26k. 5 deuce. Charles going to put in the call with the Queen 10 offsuit. Oh my goodness. It's a pretty nice flop for James. Flops a flush and an open-ended straight flush draw. Charles with top pair. Could be a pretty expensive one here for Charles. Bet of 17k from James. Charles fires in the call. And 6 on the turn. Gives James a meaningless straight. Shell number 2 fired from James. Don't think Charles is going to be going anywhere just yet. But this river decision is going to be very tough. So I think it's going to be something very, very large, potentially even a jam. Pending Charles making this call, of course, which I don't think he is going to be going anywhere. He does fire in the call, so 248 out there, 519 behind. It's the Jack of Diamonds. So a 4th diamond.
Check, have a flush. Flop it.
Check, check. James is going to pick up a meaty pot there, up to 1.8 million.
A straight flush draw.
5-3 for Charles, Queen Deuce for James. David, I won't be able to see you in Hobart. I've never been. Would love to go one day, just maybe not when it's, 1 degree Celsius. King, Queen, and Ace 5. James with the limp. Charles finds the raise. In goes the call from James. So a bloated pot here, 96k out there. Ace 9, 7 rainbow. James with a pretty disguised ace here. Charles probably expecting that a lot of them are going to get raised by him pre. Charles reaching for a bet of around half pot. No, goes even larger. Goes 2/3. James won't be folding an ace just yet. In goes the call. 228 out there. 393 effective. Turn card. There's another ace. Is Charles going to continue telling the story? Yes, he will. Reaches for 80k. Sizing himself up for a river jam. Should that be the plan here? I think James is just going to want to keep trapping. And he does put in the call to the river now, which is another 9. Charles 313 behind, 388 out there. This would not be a good time to go for it. Counting out his stack. He jams. And it is all over. James Hopkins is your APLPT Centurion champion here at Kedron-Wavell. GG's to Charles in second place. He fought valiantly. Unfortunately, his bluff at the end running into the nuts. But that happens sometimes. Thank you for tuning in, guys. We'll be back tomorrow for day 1 of the Jack Star. My name is Jordan Bromley. As always, I will see you on the felt. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the room, we have a winner of the Centurion, James Hopkins!